Are you quite done? Zero, are you quite done? Rena, are you quite done? Embro, are you quite done? Are you all quite done? Controller, welcome to the stream. I am aware that you are a bit busy today, but I'm glad and I appreciate you taking some time out to watch this stream. This is the pre-stream. It'll be a 10-minute pre-stream. So what I do around now is just hang out with those of you who attend early, just having a chat. Except for you three, Embro, Zero, and Rena. You three are the earliest arrivals, and you three disappoint me. O'Neill, yes, indeed, O'Neill. Indeed, O'Neill. Not first. Let's see. I am not going to talk a lot. I'm just going to enjoy my cup of coffee for now. A nice cup of coffee. Or anyway. How's everyone been doing today? 16 of you already dropped in. How are you? 16 been doing today? Behaving well, I hope? I am okay, Subatomic Mule. I'll just call you Mule from now on. Or Sub. Whichever. Just did your chores, did your Milo. Sub Mule. Oh. A lot of things I'm going to talk about today, and I don't even know how to actually start it. I'm not going to start it just yet because it's still the pre-stream, but I don't even know how am I going to actually start this. There's so many things happening. Oh yeah, I know of Milo, yeah. Milo is everywhere. I'm aware of Milo. Oh yeah, what I wanted to say is, have you noticed that YouTube is doing the stupid thing again where, oh yeah, you can watch 3 more videos if ad block, after that we'll block you, that type of thing. Have you noticed that again? They have been aggressive again the past few days. It is very annoying. Are you aware about it? Are you aware of it? YouTube is doing that stupid crackdown on ad blockers again. Isn't Milo... I don't know, is it Australian? Is Milo Australian? I can't remember. No, YouTube is not being stupid this time. YouTube is being mean this time. So, you know how that happens at last time is, well, no, ad blocker is not accepted. And it will stop you from playing the video. Yeah, well, it is what it is. YouTube will keep trying and people will keep fighting back. Eventually, it's an ongoing fight. You know, I really miss 2010 YouTube. I really miss 2008, 2009 YouTube. You know why? When it was actually just broadcast yourself. Space Marine, welcome, and I am okay, all things considered. I don't think uBlock is working well as well with this current new. Origin uBlock. Interesting. I will have a look at something later, but. Oh yeah, big news, big news. I'm sure you already know, but Asmongold has moved to Kick. That is quite a big deal. Jordan Brown, thank you for the sub. Quite a big deal, actually. Interesting. uBlock Lite. I just need something to. Well, I'll talk about it somewhere else. You know, if YouTube just puts ads at the start and the end, people wouldn't mind that much. What makes it very, very obnoxious is mid-video ads. That is the worst. I don't mind the start and the end ads, but in the middle of the video, those type of ads are disgusting, in my opinion. Thankfully, I also have a Kick account. I opened up a Kick last year in case I ever need it. I wonder if I should try streaming on Kick one of these days. Or in the near future. I don't know. I really don't know. Well, Asmongold moving to Kick is going to be all but bad news for Twitch. Rena, can you please stop? Well, I would use item, which is it leeches off the internet rather than the hardware. So it should be fine. If my internet can take it at least. That is why I'm not sure. I'm not sure. The only downside about Kick is that, well, the reputation, I guess. Whenever you think of Kick, you think of those very interesting individuals, you know, the nuisance streamers, the prank channels, all that stupid stuff. Damn it, my mic did that again. Yes, I'm sorry. Ban mute, ban mute. Yes, every time is the ban mute. My mic did that again. I feel the pain when Benmin say, Rena, can you stop? Huh. Well, not like Rena cares whenever I tell Rena to stop. She'll never stop. Anyway, 36 of you lurkers. Once I reach at least 45, then I'll actually get the stream started. How about that? So for now, So, this is a bit of a dilemma I have actually. I don't know whether we will have enough time today to have a gaming session with the lurkers. I am actually very not sure. Because there's a lot of talking. There is a lot of talking. I think there will be a lot of talking. And I hope there will be time, but I'm not holding my breath, and you should not hold too. But in case there is time, what do you all think we want to play? In case there is time. Let me check something. Nothing? Okay, nothing. Dark type sounds pretty nice. Ever played EDF? Yes, I've played EDF. I have EDF 5. I want to buy EDF 6, but I don't know. SCP Secret Lab. I uninstalled that game after I got griefed by that whoever that random guy was. What other games are actually good? What was that? I still have it installed. That would be nice. Of course, there's Team Fortress 2. There is Fallujah, and we still have Pirates, Vikings, and Knights. That was funny. Pirates, Vikings, and Knights was funny. Pirates, Vikings, and Knights was funny. By the way, Bamin, do you have Epic Games? No. I do not have an Epic Games account on principle. This is something that I feel even more strongly than Helldivers. Even more so. And I'll tell you a story about the Epic Games. I'll tell you about it. This will be my appetizer of sorts. So 47 of you lurkers are here. I want to tell you all a story. And you've triggered me, Zero, because this is going to be a long story, okay? I think I've told some of your lurkers before. Do you all remember why? Okay, it doesn't matter. Let me just set it up. Hold on. It is a terrible story. Extremely, extremely terrible story. And I hate it. I'm gonna move aside now. What? Super chat? I didn't get any super chat. I didn't get any super chat or anything. Dim sum roasted goose earlier today. Oh, dim sum and roasted goose. Oh wow, Trumpet. Thank you for the gifted sub. Smiley, go thank Trumpet if you are here. But anyway, what I wanted to say is... Yes! Well, dim sum and roasted goose is wonderful. Dim sum, for some reason, I do not particularly love it, but if I went and eat it, I would enjoy it. It's not like something I would actively look out for. Not something I actively look out for, but for sure I would enjoy it if I had the chance to eat it. What's your favorite dim sum? What is your favorite dim sum? Johnny, what is your favorite dim sum? dim sum, not theme song. They sound the same, but they're different. Dim sum. Interesting that you Erica, interesting that you mentioned Xiu Long Bao, because here's a bit of trivia. Xiu Long Bao is technically not dim sum, because dim sum is a Guangdong or Hong thing. It's primarily a Guangdong or Hong Kong thing, and Xiu Long Bao, or as Mandarin would say, Xiao Long Bao, that is Shanghainese. So it's a Shanghainese dish. But for some reason, I guess the Hong Kong people really liked Xiu Long Bao, so most of them add it into their dim sum menu. It's technically not dim sum, it's Shanghainese food, Shanghai food. Yeah, a little bit of trivia for the day. Appreciate it. But Xiu Long Bao is really, really good. I love Xiu Long Bao, Erica. I absolutely love Xiu Long Bao. If there was Xiu Long Bao in my dim sum restaurant, I would order it. And you have to eat it with vinegar. There is no better way. Fried prawn is very tasty. Ah, yes, that's... So, I want to show you, let me see if I can find it. The quintessential dim sum dish. Three things, okay? Quintessential dim sum dish. This is the first dish. Let me just show you. Siu mai. It is basically, long story short, is a mix of pork and shrimp wrapped type of dumpling thing. It's not really a dumpling, but it is a pork and shrimp wrapped dish. That's good. Then there's, of course, siu mai is the first one. I'll show you another one. This is another one. It is called a ha gao. Long story short, it just means shrimp dumpling. This is the second. Basically, they are the top three. The big three dim sum dishes. One more, okay? One more. This is ha gao. It's very straightforward. This is just prawn dumpling. One more. There we go. I found a good image. This is called a gao choi gao. This is a gao choi gao. Translation, it means chive dumpling. So what makes it different compared to the first two is that it is pork and chives. Pork and chives mainly. 3 different flavor profiles, and these are the big 3. Whenever you order dim sum, you kind of need to have these 3. It's not necessary, but normally if you invite a friends over to a dim sum restaurant, you would order these 3. Oh, you don't eat siu mai with pork? Okay, that's fine. But usually it's pork. Usually it is pork. It is the type of dough they use for creating the dumplings. It is something called glass dough, I think, if I recall correctly. It is a very specific type of Cantonese style dumpling dough. Not very common, and normally it's handmade. It's called glass dough or something like that. So yeah, I should stop talking about dim sum because I'm going to get hungry again, and I do not appreciate it. I do not appreciate feeling hungry, so I'm going to move the topic. No, it's just the way that they ratio the flour and what type of flour they use. They managed to make it in such a way that when you steam it, it becomes translucent, almost like glass. I can't say I'm good at cooking, but I can say I am okay at tasting food. Okay. I wanted to talk about Epic Games, right? Do you all wrong one? Do you all remember the tragedy of Epic? Do you all know why I never use Epic Game Store on principle? Do any of you lurkers remember? Do y'all remember by any chance? Why I do not use Epic Game Store on principle? Mo Chan remembers for sure. No, that Green Man 387, that is GOG. Oh well, you're all in for a story, isn't it? You are all in for a very big story because I'm going to tell you, and it is going to be spicy. Okay? Okay, let's get started. Let us get started. So I started off when I got my first beefy gaming laptop because I travel a lot. I was excited to escape the console war BS. You all know how it is, right? When you don't have a beefy PC, the only way you could really play games in any meaningful way was getting a gaming console. I have a few other past decent laptops as well, but I want to tell you, I was so tired with having to follow all this console war gaming exclusivity bullcrap, such as I needed a PS3 to play Metal MGS4, I needed an Xbox to play Gears of War and all that things, and I needed an Xbox to play Halo 3. I needed a PS3 to play what? What other game can I think of? Oh yeah, I need a PS3 to play Last of Us Part 1. And all that things. It was so stupid. And when I got a PC, I was excited. A decently beefy enough PC that can run most games on high. I was excited, so I managed to get a lot of games. And you know what happened back in 2020? I will never forget this. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. Okay. So, around 2019 to 2020, Epic Games started bribing, well, in my opinion at least, bribing game publishers to release their games exclusive on EGS for a year. For 1 year to 2 years. And that was when I have received a very harsh wake-up call of the existence of Epic Games. I really did not like where this was going. I really did not like where this was going at all. And it got worse. Over the years, over the early 2020s, it got extremely worse. And I will show, and there was some, let me see. There were a lot of really big things that really angered me, extremely angered me. And I will show you, and I hope you will share in my anger. I hope you will share in my anger. So this was a post I made. Read the headlines. It's probably just you. My voice is fine. This is the headlines. Hi Roy, welcome back. You have been away for some time. Welcome back to the stream. This was the first headline. Epic boss says developers will decide who wins the game store wars, not consumers. Already at that point in time, I was already very angry. Think about it this way, Team Sweeney. Who cares what developers think if they cannot even attract customers to begin with? Tell me. Tell me. What is all this importance about developer opinions if there are no customers? It gets worse, by the way. So there was this big incident with Borderlands 3. So, of course, Randy Pitchford bought into this whole Epic Games Store exclusivity thing. And you know what was the punchline about this? Borderlands 3 was released exclusively on Epic Games Store for over a year. And you know what was the punchline? Epic Games Store did not have a forum. They did not have Steam discussions. They did not have forums. So you know what these comedians who bought Borderlands 3 on Epic Games Store did? You know what they did? They went into the Borderlands 2 Steam discussions and then created Borderlands 3 discussions in the Borderlands 2 discussion. And of course, no one was having it. No Steam user was having it. Can you imagine that? This is like putting salt on your wound, adding insult to injury to the Steam user base. Borderlands 3, I don't care about Borderlands, but for those who do, Borderlands 3 was not available on Steam for at least a year. And those who bought it on Epic Games Store did not have a Steam discussion forums. So, the Borderlands 3 players who use Epic Games Store go to their Steam discussion forums for Borderlands 2 and created topics for Borderlands 3. So, oh gee, I do not know why the Steam player base would be so mad. Oh, this is such a mystery to me. How could this have happened? How could this have happened? It wouldn't have been such a problem if Team Sweeney actually bothered to implement an Epic Games Store discussion forums just like Steam does. That would take too much work. That would take too much work. Use all that Fortnite money to pay for exclusivity deals. That is less work. And you know what was the punchline for Epic Games Store back then, at least? Game devs could opt out of user reviews. Which means, basically, if you are a purchaser, if you are a consumer of games from Epic Games Store, there is a chance that you will have no idea if a game is good or bad. You have to go somewhere like Twitter, Reddit, or Facebook, or your friend circle to know if a game is good or bad. Merchant, we are just talking about Epic Games Store because Zero triggered me because Zero asked me, Benmi, do you have an Epic Games Store account? Then I'm telling them the story of why I do not. So yeah, it gets worse. It gets worse, by the way. It gets so much worse. So, Metro Exodus was another very big game that was very, very hyped up by everyone. A lot of PC players. And for a while, and I saw the store pages back when Metro Exodus was about to be released, there was a Steam page for Metro Exodus when it was about to come out. So what actually happened was Deep Silver went into an agreement with Epic Store. Again. Don't know how much Team Sweeney paid Deep Silver, but long story short is Metro Exodus was cancelled on Steam. Which means the game was not coming out on Steam for at least a year. And would you guess how the Steam player base reacted? Would you guess how the GOG player base reacted? It was only on Epic Games Store. As someone that uses the engine is great, but the anti-consumer really killed it for gamers. And Yuria, you are completely correct. Look at this. Yuria, read this again. Team Sweeney says developers will decide who wins the game store wars, not consumers. He does not give a crap about consumers. It is obvious. Anyway, thank you for the 5. So this was the big, I think one of you Lucas brought up one big game that drew a lot of outrage when it became exclusive on Epic Games Store. I think you're talking about Metro Exodus. It was one of the biggest, most excited releases because everyone loved the Metro games and Metro Exodus looked great. It was a very big expansion of the idea of the first 2 games. And so, what do you think? Oh my goodness, Oko. Why did you say that? Oh, you interrupted my train of thought. Anyway, what poll? We can't make a poll here, right? You cannot make a poll. Let me finish my talk about Epic Games Store first, because I am not happy about this. So yeah, this was the biggest anticipated game back when it was about to be released. I think it was 2019, I can't remember the specific date, but it created a lot of drama. A lot of drama. Can you imagine this? This is basically a rug pull for those who want to play the game on GOG and Steam. The game was supposed to be released on all 3 platforms, Steam, Epic Games Store, and GOG. But suddenly something happened behind the scenes and Deep Silver announced that the Steam release will be delayed for a year, the GOG release will be delayed for a year, and it will only come out on Epic Games Store the moment on release date. Can you imagine how much anger it created? Of course people were upset. So that again adds to another layer of my anger towards this. There is more. It gets worse. The Satisfactory story as well. Read the headlines. Some Epic Store games are pushing back or scrapping Steam releases. Satisfactory was one of those big names. It was such a big piece of drama back in the late 2010s. Yes, exactly. Azehara, exactly. They used Fortnite money to bribe game devs and game publishers. Thank you for the well wishes, Trumpet. I really appreciate it. So yeah, that was really I saw so many of these news every single time between 2018, 2019, even to 2020, by the way. There was so many news about, oh, this game is releasing exclusive on the Epic Game Store. Oh, that game that I'm looking forward to, exclusive to the Epic Game Store. Oh, that favorite game that you are looking forward to for a sequel? Oh yes, Epic Game Store. Go download that. And I did not like it. I was so pissed. I was so angry. So, EGS brought exclusive console tier exclusivity BS to my games. I got a better PC to specifically avoid console war bullshit. That was one of the biggest reasons why I invested on a beefy PC. I did not want to participate in your stupid petty PlayStation versus Xbox versus Nintendo console wars. Nevius Luna, I am just saying it to be generous. Maybe... Rina, what is wrong with you? Well, long story short, suffice to say, long story short, I'm not going to have an Epic Game Store account. So please do not bother me with that anymore. Okay. War Thunder. Mo-chan, one day. I told you all about my War Thunder story, right, Lucas? I told you all about my War Thunder story, didn't I? I remember I told you all. I told you all on stream. I tell you all on stream, right? What happened to my Gaijin account back then? Only Mo-chan is aware of this story. Okay. It is quite a funny story, and it is the reason why I try to avoid creating accounts. Especially a Gaijin account. So, when War Thunder first came out on Steam, and that has been years ago, if I recall, it's like 2016, I think 2015 or 2016. It was close to 10 years ago, basically. Back then, I was curious about it because I was attracted by the tank gameplay. So I downloaded the game, I installed it, and they made me create what you would call a Gaijin account. So I created it without really much thought. I played like a month or so of War Thunder, and I realized something. I did not like it. I did not like it at all. The progression system was horrible. I was bad at the game. So at one point in time, I just completely stopped playing the game. So what happened is I uninstalled the game and I let that account basically rot. And you know what was the funniest thing about that thing? I realized one of these days I got a notification on my email address and saying that there was something about asking for a password reset, or I don't know what it was, but it was not a password reset. I remember it was something that reminded me that I had a Gaijin account. Something that reminded me I had a Gaijin account. And I thought to myself, oh yeah, Gaijin News. I got a Gaijin News account and I wanted to stop it. And was I thinking, I don't even play War Thunder anymore. There's no point for me to have this account, so I logged back in. And you know what's the funniest thing when I logged back in? I went into the settings menu and I saw the connected devices or the connected locations, and I saw one of the locations was somewhere in Russia. And for transparency's sake, I am not in Russia. And you know what's the funniest thing? The guy logged into... It was some guy who logged into my account in Russia, but he changed nothing with the account. Because you know why? Normally a hacker would have stolen an account of someone, but they didn't touch mine. They just logged in and they left. You know why? My account is useless. It was like a noob account. There was no microtransactions, nothing. Just a few, at most like 10 hours, 20 hours worth of gameplay, that was it. No one cared. So the hacker, I have to suspect, the hacker was like, you're not even worth stealing. Took pity on me and just logged off. But that told me enough of a story. I do not need this account. So I deleted my Gaijin account and I never touched a War Thunder game ever again. So that was my sorry. You know what would have been funny? You know what would have been funny? I've never verified it, but I doubt it actually happened. But what would have been funny was if the Russian hacker logged into my account, power leveled it for me and unlocked a few tanks and planes for me and just left it. That would have been funny, but I wouldn't know. Oh yeah, Arbitr's DLC. I am very interested in it. Darktide Adeptus Arbitrus is very, very interesting. But I'm still curious about the kit. The kit of Arbitrus. Yes, moral of the story, never touch War Thunder. I don't even think so. I don't think so. It was just a throwaway account anyway. I didn't really care much for it. I wouldn't put any personal details in those accounts. So yeah, that was a very funny story time. A very funny story time, an appetizer of sorts. An appetizer of sorts. So, what I'm gonna do is I need to... because I had a pre-stream a round ago, so I've already 45 minutes. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a quick break. Maybe about 3 minutes break, and I'll be back with you shortly, okay? After that, we can get into the topics properly. The topics that I intend to cover today properly, okay? I will see y'all in 3 minutes. Don't bother, I can scroll. Do not bother, I can scroll. My goodness. It was just 3 minutes. It was just 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. What happened in the last 3 minutes? You know what? Fine. I don't care. I want to move to the topic. So the title of this topic. I would like to give a little bit of my opinion before I actually properly start this topic. But basically, there is a reason why I say everything as with a preface. In my opinion, I think I may be wrong. There is a reason why I say all these things. In my opinion, I think I might be wrong, but... And you know why I say these things? Do you all know why I say these things, lurkers? Because I am not perfect. I am an entity. I am an imperfect entity. Just like how every one of you are human. You are not perfect. We are not perfect. And because nobody is perfect, we can be wrong. And because we can be wrong, we cannot and we should not pass off our own views and opinions as fact or objective good or objective bad. And this is why I want to, and this is an important warning that I'm giving to you all at the very start of this. It's not really technically the start of this stream, but it's the start of what I want to talk about officially on this stream. Because a few things have happened. And a few things have happened that has really got me to, like, how should I say it? Understand again how ridiculous certain people are. So, I may be a bit late with some of this news over the past week, but this is because my scheduling, I don't really have many days worth of scheduled streams for this month, but basically I've got some news that, well, it was news to me when it happened, okay? That's me open one up. You all know the story about Cat Liente, probably? Miss Dented career, you all probably remember. The dented gravedigger, as one would call. Well, I have with me a series of tweets made by an account called VexVector124 that brings into light some very interesting things. Very, very interesting things. It may not conclusively be full evidence of a level of deliberate malice, but it certainly indicates that way. And one of the things was, you know about the charity auction video? The one, oh, this is a piping hot drama. Remember that? I don't want to bring up her name again, but you know who I'm talking about. Okay? Well, it turns out Let me just open this. Caliente's video on her was planned out for months. 2 months. It was roughly 2 months. So I don't know why this was the case, but it really tells me a lot about something. For someone who is just covering, oh, this is just a new story and I'm just concerned when I just found out about it, for some reason this was so plotted out 2 months in advance. And it confused me. So this is from Vex Vector 124. He brings up a whole lot of very interesting things. I browsed Caliente's video. 1. Cat obfuscating the fact that the conversion pricing with the fact the PC part picker site itself has a conversion function option depending on what country you paid. She painted deliberately as the fault of her. Her. It is a very long read, by the way, and it's a bit unfortunate that this what's this? Okay. There was a lot of information here, but I'll just read some. Oh my. It's my GPU. Damn it. NVIDIA, please fix your graphics driver. Please fix your graphics driver, NVIDIA. This is getting very, very annoying. So a lot of things has happened. To further edit to this claim is that she, in her own doc, shown a censored link to the site and artist page which was not made available. This was a deliberate attempt to hide the fact you can see there is this because it negates one of her arguments she repeats in the video. Next is a deliberate twisting the sentence "the item isn't donated." The line "to everyone with a functioning brain can deduce they mean donated to the winner." However, Cat paints it as pressuring the builder to do it for free, which is the running narrative throughout the video. Again, you can see a whole bunch of this. It's a very, very long thread. You can watch for yourself. You can watch for yourself. You can read for yourself. This one is outlining a lot of irregularities concerning that whole video that Cat made. And it was very interesting. I do not know why that stupid... this is the problem with Chrome-based things. But this one was the big one. Shoot. This one was the big one. I just realized Caliente has been sitting on a DokiBird document for more than 2 months. This is a bigger sign that it was a deliberate attempt to smear her and even more shows malicious intent. She had 2 months to prepare a plan and somehow failed. And again, only 100 people, only 8,000 people saw this. Only 8,000 people saw this. There is also this Celeste individual in the first document. Who is this Celeste individual? Kat initially wanted to mention in the doc. Are they the PC builder, or was this at first a completely different story that she changed the narrative? Celeste flirts with 280 hours. So yeah, this is the first part. And how does it go back to what I said? How does it go back to what I said? Well. I'm reminded again about that whole virtue signal that Kat Liente tried to bring up against Doki. Oh my god, you should have managed your situation better. You should have managed it the way like I did. Like I did with another VTuber. I'm not gonna name the other VTuber because I'm out of respect. You should have managed it like I did with the other VTuber. I managed it properly. I settled everything responsibly. You should have been like me and look at this. Poorly researched video, grave digging, getting outed even though it's not very widespread, getting outed for planning an elaborate smear campaign, an elaborate smear video on Doki Bird. Explain to me, in what world do you have the right to lecture somebody? In what world do you have the right to do so? That was the first big one. Well, it's a minor one. It's basically closure of sorts. I do not know. Is that Caliente video on Doki Bird still up? Lurkers, is it still up? I'm very curious. Is it still up? Maybe I should look, shouldn't I? I maybe should look. Let me have a look. What a shameless individual. What an extremely shameless individual. It is still up. My goodness, it is still up. Even after being outed and having the receipts and everything checked out, it is still up. Three weeks and it is still up. These are the type of people who lecture you, by the way. These are the type of people who lecture you and saying that you should manage your career better, you should manage your projects better. This is the type of people who are lecturing you. How entertaining. Spare me. Seriously, spare me. not the end, by the way. That's just part of the story. There's another story now. Okay. This one is courtesy of Madame Savvy. This one is a story courtesy of Madame Savvy, by the way. And I will start off by asking, do you all know about the bungee incident? Bungee and marathon incident. Do you all know about that? You don't? Well, long story short, and I'm gonna get a bit of, and I might get details not completely correct, but I think I have the gist of what happened. Bungie released those marathon trailers and, long story short, stealing art. Bungie released those marathon trailers and concepts and all that blah blah blah, all of those things, and people found out they plagiarized. They were plagiarized from various artists. A lot of different assets, a lot of different designs, a lot of different decals taken from artists that they did not hire and they did not outsource. So, long story short, they stole art and passed it off as their own. And here's the kicker. Here is the kicker. People ask Bungie in their live streams about Marathon, why don't you just hire those artists that make those decals, those assets, everything? Just hire them. Just hire them. And you won't have any copyright issues. Very simple. Just hire them. And it wouldn't be a problem. You can afford it, right? People play Destiny all the time. You have a lot of money. You have enough money. But of course it didn't happen. Those artists were not paid. Those artists were not hired. And as far as I know, damage has been done without much in the way of compensation. There might have been compensation that I might not have had a chance to read, but long story short is when this question was asked on the Bungie representatives in the live stream, well, they pretended not to read it. They didn't. Basically, they were dodging. Not a good look. So this brings it to this Madame Savvy post. It is a 5-minute video. I will take the opportunity to watch it with you all. Okay? It's the Madame Savvy deep dive video. So long story short, few days after the Bungie scandal, the art theft, the plagiarism scandal, they are trying to virtue signal again. Because as you know, it's June. Well, it's close to June at a point in time, but yeah, it was close to June at that point in time, but really, they chose the time of virtue signal. Oh, we are here for this, we're here for that, we stand for this, we stand for that. Oh, this free, all these shaders that you still have to pay money. Nope, not that. Lucky-chan. Not Men Health Month is the other one that other corporations love to do it in all these past years. Well, I'll just let Savvy describe it to you. It's probably more useful that way. Let's see.
Bungie has announced that they will be giving donations to It Gets Better. From June 3rd to June 30th of 2025, for each purchase of Bungie's Pride collectible pin, which comes with Infinite Prismatic Emblem, $7 will be donated to It Gets Better, or IGB for short. a nonprofit organization that strives to uplift, empower, and connect LGBTQ+ youth around the globe. The Infinite Prismatic emblem will also be available with a $10 donation through the Bungie Foundation, with all net proceeds going to IGB, minus Tiltify and payment processing fees. So, yay! A few years ago, we saw Crystal Dynamics working with the exact same group. Now, if we come over here, we have a little look-see at It Gets Better, award-winning storytelling series. We need more people like Olivia Juliana. Run for office, please. I live in Texas. I'm disabled. I believe in you. I believe you can and will make changes Texas needs. Thank you for shining. This person looks familiar. Just wait for it. It Gets Better with Olivia Juliana. From growing up religious in a Mexican family to raising over $2 million for abortion rights, Olivia Juliana talks about tapping into her Latina and queer identities to make for a more effective activist. Democrat influencer Olivia Juliana claims RFK Jr. is so unhealthy and his appointment to HHS secretary is dangerous.
Back to that point I made, Lucas. Back to that point I made. RFK Jr. is so unhealthy and his appointment to HHS secretary is dangerous. Do as I say, not as I do, right, Lucas? Do as I say, not as I do. Oh yeah, you're lecturing someone about health. What about you? Oh, don't you bring me up, you bigot. Why are you fat phobic? Tell me, what's your blood pressure like? Tell me, do you have any underlying health issues like diabetes? Tell me, is your heart, your arteries clotted with fat? Tell me. Oh, Arena, you are skipping a little bit ahead, but we will keep going.
HHS secretary is dangerous. Now, if you remember this getting put out, Democrats spending millions to learn how to speak to American men and win back the working class. Well, she was part of that. How did Dems win back young men? I'm gonna tell you this.
Well, there's one way for people like them to win back the so-called young men. Let VTubers just say men deserve to be taken care of and treated well. Just let them say it on tweets without harassing them and attacking them. That is a good first step. But shamefully, that is not. That is a very good first step. Shamefully, they are not appreciating it. Marcos, I turned it off already. I turned off the noise already. I think it should be gone, Marcos. It should be gone. But make sure you only if you can afford to. Okay, Marcos? Anyway, what I want to say, yeah, Banana Juju say, treat men well. Men are human too. Men are people too. They have feelings. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, Marcos. Wow. Thank you for gifting 50 to so many lurkers. I appreciate it. And for those who received the gifts from Marcos, if you are in the chat, be sure to thank him. Make sure you thank him. Wow, I don't know what to say, but anyway, I want to get back to this story. I'm sure you all probably already know this story, but at this point. So, how do this Papcho win back the young man's opinions? Well, firstly, very, very firstly, very simple. All you have to do, firstly, to start off with, is to shut up when you see people like Banana, Juju, or Kitsu saying men deserve to be cared for and loved. Men are human too. It is okay to talk about your feelings. Strength, endurance, but also mental vulnerability are not mutually exclusive. That is all they needed to do. Shut up. Don't harass these VTubers for saying things like that. Do not attack them for saying things like that. And already you're off to a great start. Your silence at least gives the young man peace. But no, they don't care about that. They do not care about that. The moment they see a VTuber, the moment they see another woman, the moment they see anyone talk about men in a empathetic manner, for instance, men are human. They work day in, day out. Sometimes they need someone to talk to. Sometimes they need someone to listen to. And that is completely fine. That is completely fine. But no, not for these people. Not for these people. And you wonder how you are losing the support of young men. You wonder how, you idiots. Stupid idiots. You wonder how. Sending death threats against women who merely say, treat men right. You wonder how. I think I've ranted a bit longer. Let's keep going.
Right now, Democrats, this is an award-winning strategy. You should absolutely put this individual front and center nonstop. Anyway.
Yes, Mo-chan, you're correct. A lot of Gen Z, the young men, the youngest of men, they are now living their life more conservatively, more moderate, more conservative even, and they have no one to blame but themselves for knee-jerking type of behavior, the knee-jerking behavior of attacking anyone for saying men deserve some care. Oh my goodness, I saw all those words like traitors, pick me this, pick me that, grifter, quote-unquote base VTuber grifting. Can you imagine? And now you're shocked. You're so shocked. You throw these words around and insult them, insult men by extension, and you are so shocked that men do not care about you, do not support you. Oh my goodness, what a shock. What a surprise.
If you needed any more proof of the Jabba the Hutt Bridesmaid Cosplay Edition, there you go with Biden. So let's have a little look-see on who the partners are. These would be people who financially contribute to It Gets Better. So we have I almost said Humble Bumble. I like that better. Elf, which is cosmetics. Planet Fitness, which serves pizza on Tuesdays. At least it's a gym, but still, come on. Bungie, Mac, Ulta. Like, none of these really have anything to do with each other. It's kind of an odd mix-up. Legacy
Very
partners,
odd.
I'm not too sure what this means. American Eagle, Aerie, TikTok, Converse. I guess, they previously donated, and then they paid so much that they get to always be recognized for their DEI points. 2023 was a great year. So we've got different contributions of the financial amounts. A Bungie right here decided to pay the entire salary of one artist, or they could have outsourced to two artists, or
Here is where it becomes a problem. I'm sure you already understood this. There is a saying where I am from. Get your house in order before you meddle with someone else's. I'm sure it's a very common statement with a lot of you. A very, very common statement with a lot of you. It is as much an Eastern statement as it is a Western statement. So, and that statement again. Get your house in order before you meddle in other people's affairs. And I would say your staff members plagiarizing artists' work without paying them, not hiring the artists who made the art that you are using right now without their permission, I would say that is something that is involved in your house. Oh my god, Muzzy. Muzzy, oh no. I don't know what to say. Please don't interrupt me, but thank you. For the five who received the gifted subs, get the gifted memberships, go thank Muzzy. But anyway, firstly, I would, again, like I say, when your staff members are stealing other people's art, you are not paying those artists. You didn't even hire those artists. They did not even know you stole their art until a bunch of people found out. I would say that is something involving your house right now. So why don't you spend that money, pay those bloody artists, then you can do your donations. How about that? How about that? No? Not gonna do it? Still want to throw your money outwards rather than spending them inwards for people you haven't even paid yet? Oh my goodness.
Or they could have hired a completely international complimentary studio to help out. You know, there's all kinds of things they could do. Take-Two Interactive, Zynga. Didn't they make Facebook games? Anyway, there are these social innovators, which, you know, give a lot more. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, and then we can take a look at their leadership. This is more information that they provide. The organization's leader identifies as white, male.
Do as I say, not as I do, bigots. Do as I say, not as I do. How dare you hold me up to the standard I impose on you? Shut up, bigot. How dare you impose the same standard I'm imposing on you? You have no right to call me out on my own standards.
Dull, white, male, person without a disability status. I guess now you can't just say no. Along with some other distributions. All male senior staff. Very interesting. The senior staff, all male, choose not to say whether or not they're trans or not transgender. Apparently there's maybe a few. Maybe, we don't know. We don't know what's going on. They do provide their tax code. The National Taxonomy of Exempt Entities system is used by the IRS to classify the primary...
What were the chances they do not have to pay a lick of taxes? Because of course they don't have to. What were the chances? Not a lick of taxes.
Charitable activities of nonprofits. This would fall under, for some reason, lesbian and gay rights. Very interesting. And what terms do you want to explore today? Just to kind of take a look at the kinds of things that they provide. Wow. Thanks, Bungie. Thanks. You could be hiring artists, but instead we're doing this, and we're contributing to this.
Imagine spending up to a maximum of $99,999, not to pay off the people who are owed money, not to pay off people who are owed money, who are very, very important in your operations, such as providing you with assets and art to use for your upcoming game. Oh, no, you have to donate it. I'll donate it to a foundation that, for some reason, is quite closely associated with the last government. Benmin, out of curiosity, were you trained in English by a Brit? I leech knowledge from people. And I've chosen to leech knowledge like a... Basically, I use a straw. I use the straw and I just stab it into someone's head and I just suck out the knowledge. I suck it off from a Brit. I suck it off from anyone who is stuck in the back rooms, basically. Anyone who is stuck in the rooms. I can't even dare to speak English, Benmin, as you speak English. Very funny. Very, very funny. Mule, I use profanity in a very, very limited manner. I try not to when I can help it. You should have seen me back in the mid-2010s. I couldn't make a post without swearing. I like to think I haven't changed much, but I think I have changed a lot. Maybe I just grew out of it, I guess. I guess I just grew out of it.
Very cool. How's the art theft situation? We're on our 4th public display of art thievery? Who knows?
4th public display of art theft. Why? Bungie, do you want to be like Ubisoft right now? Are you sure you want to? Are you sure you want to take that Ubisoft route with Assassin's Creed Shadows? Are you sure about that? I still remember that Bungie. Was it Bungie? Remember that Bungie post about Latinx? Remember that? So many South American accounts hated it so much. So many comments I see about, I would rather you just call me a slur than to call me a Latinx. I saw them. So many. And of course the post stayed up. But they did disable comments though. They did disable the comments though. As any morally good and objectively good and open-minded people would do. Make silly posts, turn off the comments. A classic. Let's finish this up.
Knows how much more there is. You have to delay the game because you have to comb every asset because it's a cultural problem that you have at the workplace because the higher-ups are completely disconnected from the community. They're just chasing their tax breaks and they're maximizing profits. So they turn to DEI goodness. But hey, keep jingling those keys. Keep on jingling.
Well, priorities, am I right, Lurkis? The priorities, am I right? The only reason they can get away with it is because they're Bungie. The only reason they're getting away with it right now, for now at least, is because they are Bungie. Keep on stealing all that artwork, Bungie. Eventually you're going to... I hope they will be sued for it. I really hope so. I really hope they'll be sued for it. But the problem is, I don't know how much money these artists have. I really don't know how much money these artists have. They could do a class action lawsuit if enough artists are affected. If multiple artists are affected, and they can pull together some funding, but that's... I don't know how likely there will be a lawsuit. But hey, if it happens, I have no pity for Bungie. I have tried Destiny 2 once, and I am done with it for indefinitely. Could be enough profit in it for a lawyer to do it pro bono. There is a chance. If you can find a lawyer who is passionate enough or spiteful enough against Bungie to do this court case for the artist and only demand payment when they win, yeah, it can happen. It can definitely happen. Anyway, there's another story. Oh, that's another story marked up. Let me see what's next. I paid $130 on Destiny 2 bundles and still didn't have access to it. Okay, this is one of the things that really angers me about Destiny 2. They won't... Bungie really just won't give you a definitive edition. They are that unscrupulous. They are extremely unscrupulous. There's no Destiny 2 definitive bundle or complete edition. Or there's no Destiny 2 complete as of 2024 edition, complete as of 2023 edition. It's like this weird convoluted package that has this DLC and that DLC, or that convoluted package that has that DLC and this DLC. It is like a maths equation. You have to study it. Oh yeah, and the Raid War, and that was the Destiny 2, the original Destiny 2 back when it was on Blizzard, on Battle.net. The Destiny 2 Raid War campaign that was completely scrubbed. I remember that too. Understandable. I think I played Destiny 2 back in 2020. I think I played Destiny 2 back in 2018, 2019. I can't really remember. At this point, how different is Destiny the game versus Destiny the streamer? I do not even know. How different are they? But moving on to the next one. Okay, I need to catch my breath for a bit. I'm going to move on to the next one. In a few minutes, I'm going to be back again. Yeah, I am a bit tired. I'm going to catch a short break, or a 3-minute short break. I'll see you later. Be at your best behavior, Lurkers. Okay, let's have a look at what happened in the chat while I was away. Oh dear. What's going on? Oh no. What is going on here? Let me see, let me see, let me see. Oh no. Oh my goodness. I will turn it off. I will find a way to turn it off maybe one of these days. Because this is very new to me as well. I don't know where this EXP system came from. I have no idea where this EXP system came from. Controller, you're back. Oh, leave it be? You want to leave it be? Okay, leave it be. I don't care. Yes, YouTube did it for me. But anyway, what's the next one? Huh. Yeah. Yes. There's a bit of a side there's a side tangent though. I'll just talk about it. You wanna know about Paimon's VA? Y'all heard the news about it? Y'all heard the news about it? Paimon's VA? Lurkus. Good. Okay, Paimon's XVA. Paimon's XVA. It is scary, yes, Marchad, it is indeed scary. I know you all Okay. Did y'all get the chance to see the VA's appearance before and after joining SAG-AFTRA? Did you get a chance? Did you get a chance of seeing her before she got forced into SAG? As I can tell you, it's a tragic story. It is tragedy, and I will show you all the posts because I don't want to show photos. Okay? Long story short, California does this to people. And it is extremely, extremely upsetting to see. So yeah, some people are trying to say, oh, it's like aging does not, oh, it is aging, it's aging Banmin, it's aging Perma. They don't call me Banmin because only people who know me call me Banmin. Oh, it's just simply aging Perma. It is just simply aging Perma Ben. How can you be so shocked about it? Well, here's what I'm shocked about it. People do not age 30 years in 5 years. That is not normal. That is not normal. See the post I linked. Go, see the pinned. I'm gonna pin it. See it. Compare the photos. There is a photo of her in 2020, and there's, of course, you see the most recent one, the one on TikTok. It scares me. So, lurkers, never ever move to California. Not just for my sake, for your own sake. In her 30s, she looked like 27 in 2020, and now she looks like 50 in 2025. It is only 5 years. Indeed, it is only 5 years. I cannot emphasize that enough. But anyway, I'm telling you, it's not to mock her appearance, okay, Lurkers? It is not about mocking her appearance. It's to tell you exactly the type of place California is and how it destroys you from the inside out. That's my point. It's the tragedy. It's not the mockery. How? Oh my god, the more I see this post, the more heartbreaking I feel. Rena, I saw that before Lurker-chan deleted it. My god, Rena. Oh my god. No. What is wrong with... I'm gonna move the topic. I'm gonna move the topic. I'm not gonna talk about aging anymore. I'm moving the topic. Oh, this is a big one. This is a big one. Oh boy. Creator Clash 3. Y'all know what happened recently? This is the one that made the news recently, the past few days. This was what made the news the past few days. Creator Clash 3. Oh! So, I want you all to get a bit of a... I want you all to just like... get a bit of a remember. Try remember. What was this about Creator Clash 3? What was the things you remember? For instance, right, it is a charity. That was what they told you, isn't it? It's a big charity and people were all in it for the charity, this and charity that. Every process will go to charity. Remember that was what they say? Remember that was what they say? Remember that? Well, things have happened. Firstly, I will go with you all to the official website. The official website of Creator Clash. Firstly, let me find it. Yes, they are, Muzzy. They indeed are. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is my web content? There we go. So, let's read this together, okay? This is from the Creator Clash website. What's happening with fundraising and charity? Fundraising efforts will continue to expand into a lead-up of the new event date. All funds so far are secure. Oh wait, let me just tweak something on my end. There we go. Okay. All funds raised so far are secure and unaffected. Creator Clash 3 broadcast will once again be run as a charity stream with Stand Up for Cancer, Step to Cancer remaining our exclusive beneficiary. Funds raised through Creator Clash Tiltify campaign will go directly to the charity. Tiltify, remember this. All donations and designated fundraising proceeds go to SU2C. While Creator Clash is traditionally promoted for profit events, can you notice something off right now as you are reading this? Lucas, can you all notice something a little off right now while you are reading this? Remember, people like iDubbbz, people like Ian, people like iDubbbz, people like Hassan's Orbiters, they will tell you, we'll talk about the refunds later, they will tell you that this is purely charity. That if you are talking bad about Creator Clash 3, you are talking bad about the charity. The financial success of the event does not impact the amount raised for charity. This structure separating charitable fundraising from business operations is new to this year and was put in place after the setback and confusion from last year. Okay. Move to this part. %of net profits. A further 34% profit share was originally allocated to Ian and Anissa. So what was the takeaway from all this that was actually a real big problem? Well, 34% is quite big. You noticed that, right? Didn't you? A lot of people noticed that for certain. And this is the problem. Ian and his, well, Anissa and her husband. Anissa and her husband has always said that Creator Clash was always about charity, okay? It was always about charity. It was not about the profits. It was always about the charity. If you are talking bad about Creator Clash and about any topic whatsoever, be it about the refunds, being about how mismanaged it is, or being how people kept cancelling their attendances, you are sabotaging the charity, as they would say. You are sabotaging the charity, as they would say. So what is this? So a lot of people picked up on the obvious problems. So for instance, Comment Cop, okay? For instance, Comment Cop. The new owners of Creator Clash have revealed that Anissa and her husband were originally set to receive 34% of the profits from the so-called charity event. That's the first one. That's the first part. That's more. There is more. Let's find another one. And of course, Ethan. No, Ethan. You made a horrible enemy out of Ethan. An ex-friend turned enemy. So long story short, I think that basically is saying that if you buy, long story short, if anyone buys tickets of the Creator Clash, they are not actually paying directly to the charity, they're paying directly to Creator Clash. And that means the money at that point in time is not even in the Tiltify, it is in their own accounts. The Creator Clash accounts, which means it is the profits. Long story short. And, well, Ethan brought this back up.
What really made me mad about boxing events in the past is that it's rich assholes betting their money to like have people that are struggling to like make ends meet and pay rent watch them do it, and then they'll go home and like have a lot of money.
And the fighters are exploited too, like
Yes.
usually.
I think what really made me mad about boxing events in the past is that it's rich assholes betting their money to like have people that are struggling to like make ends meet and pay rent watch them do it, and then they'll go home and like have a lot of money.
And the fighters are
Idub's wife. Idub's wife is the perfect representation of my thumbnail. Do as I say, not as I do. That's what they're literally doing. The gal for Idub's wife to say, oh, the other boxing events are very, very bad because the people who organize the events pocket most of the money and they don't give that much back to their boxers. That's exactly what they're doing. And it's everything that comes out of this Idub's wife's mouth is really grinding my gears. I'm mute again. I cannot believe it. Every time is muting. Guildmage Troy, don't be so rude. I didn't have a stroke. 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 Please don't say I have a stroke. Yeah, I was just joking around. I need to joke around. Rena, can you please shut up? Rena, please shut up. Please. Rena. I could touch wood, have a real stroke, and Rena would somehow make a yabai joke out of it. I could touch wood, have a real stroke, and Rena would make a yabai joke out of it. But anyway, this was another very big news. So, Ethan obviously was not having any of this. Let me see. There was one more post I wanted to see. Let's see. Let me find it. Do I still have it? No wonder. So this was really big news in the past few days. A lot of people were talking about. Oh boy. Oh, I saw this. Okay, I remember. I made a collage. That's alright. Let me see. Where is it? Screenies. Okay. I made a collage of this whole Creator Clash. That's what I was wondering. I'm missing something. Where I missed this. This is a collage. Let's see how to zoom in a little bit. So, what kind of a charity is it when you just prioritize the profits in the past? What kind of charity is it when you prioritize profits in the past? Excuse me. Back when it was under the management of Anissa and her husband, firstly, the success of the charity depended also on the success of the event, I think, if I'm reading this correctly. But they have to pay profits. Wow. The charity is actually their pockets. Yes, right. A lot of people made the jokes. That paying Ian is the charity because he has to suffer through his wife. That was the running joke right now online. If you realize what Ian has to go through with his daily life with his wife, you would believe that this is charity in itself. Giving him money to cope. Well, that's the running gag at least. Paying for his new chair for the bedroom. Can we make a charity for Ian to find empathy again and shut up? Oh my goodness. Now this is getting a bit funny. Okay, fine. So only recently it's only with the new management that they came clean with everything. So go back to this. Go to the middle one. This one. Anita stated they took no salary for Creator Clash. So no, I have enough money to realize no one needs more than what I have, and I am perfectly okay with the rest going to others to enjoy safety and comfort. It's people who don't stop. It's people who don't stop when me and Ian are at that are the problem. That's what causes scarcity. Me and Ian aren't rolling in money. We didn't take a salary on our year-long charity project because we don't need to have access. Others can and should have it. It does us no good. Do as I say, not as I do. Every single time. And Anissa, where did that 34? What about the 34%? Look at that. Really, tell me all that lies. Tell me all that lies. My God, I have not seen people this bold-faced lying so much. And of course, Ethan, naturally, he is not going to take this line down. So this is what Ethan is saying, okay? I feel like people are still missing how bad this is. The event was structured to donate $0 to the charity. The only money going to charity would need to be directly donated to the Tiltify campaign, which is a completely separate entity. 0% of the ticket sales, pay-per-view, concession, merch, etc. would go to the charity. It is quite literally 100% for-profit event. Because, Lurker-chan, simply because they want a shield from criticism, and what better shield do you have against criticism than saying everything is for charity? Here's the thing with these people, Lurker-chan. They will use any tactic. They will use any tactic to protect themselves and harm others, even if it's something that they do not deserve to have. Even if they are not running a charity, they will lie to you and say they are running a charity so to get you to shut up. That is how these type of individuals play. And it is very unfortunate. We have already diluted words like, well, windmill gangster, diddlers, bigots, sexists, phobes, all of that. Are we really going to dilute the word charity now? Are we really going to? Because I certainly don't want to. It's all buzz. This is what I have always seen when it comes to arguing with Bakjo. Every single time. Every single damn time. Every single time. They cannot go through one argument without throwing a buzzword. Never. Never ever. Rio, please don't ruin the moment. I am talking about some serious topics right now. Do you realize it? I'm not sure if you lurkers realize it enough. I hope some of your lurkers realize it enough. There is literally no argument I have seen a bakchor ever undertaken that does not involve some level of buzzwords. Oh, you're only doing this because you're a Nazi. Oh, you're only doing this because you hate something something. Oh, how dare you criticize us, we are running a charity. Oh, how dare you criticize us, we are just protecting the marginalized. Always. We are not talking about your choice of buzzwords. We are not talking about the quote-unquote intention behind your actions, however correct, however accurate they may be. However accurate they may or may not be, we are talking about your actions. Just like you'll remember about the... I'm sure you'll probably remember this. Let me find this for you. Let me find this for you. Let me find this. I have to find this. I have to find this. Don't mind me while I look. Found it. It's exactly like this. this is the type of people you're dealing with. Of course not. Of course they won't ever be sued. You really think they'll ever be sued? No way. This is why they love buzzwords so much. This is why they love buzzwords so much. Look at this one, by the way. Look at this reply I received. Look at this reply I received. This one. Oh no, you're against BLM. This is why. Look at this. Oh no, you're against BLM. Did I open the Pandora box? Are you not aware of the racism against blah 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 blah? This is why they love using their buzzwords. To protect themselves against criticism, to protect themselves against call out. That is exactly their intention. This is why they use the buzzwords. This is why they use all these things. This is why they use the word racist. This is why they use the word Nazi. This is why they use the word marginalized. And this is why they use the word to protect someone. They are using everything and everyone as a shield to protect themselves from criticism for their own actions. This is how they play their games. And the more people realize it, the better it is. When people, masses, when a lot of people start judging others based on their own behaviors, the content of their character, how bad or good they behave, it's ideal. It's more ideal. And apparently that's racist. Apparently. Apparently that is a very racist thing to say. Apparently. And it gets worse, by the way. This was from Some Things Never Change. Some things really never change, and I'm going to show you something. Where is it? There we go. Some things well and truly never change, such as this. When you judge someone based on the content of their character, it is dangerous. And this is an old article. I think it's 2017. Lookers. This is a 2017 article and is a 2017 incident. And can you imagine that close to 10 years, most of this has not changed? Can you imagine that? I don't even... It has been going on for years at this point. Thankfully, it is starting to slowly subside. Very slowly, but I can see it subsiding. It is lowering itself down again. But can you imagine, for close to 10 years, it has been the same. It has been the same for close to 10 years. Oh, one more. An ex-commentator for Creator Clash also made a video about. He went on stream and gave comments about the Creator Clash incident. Not yet. I haven't talked about it yet. But some of them have already, by the way.
it's a charity event. Stop telling people that, because it's not what it is. That was the whole issue with the lack of communication behind number 1 and 2. That it's a charity event, charity event, charity event. It's not a charity event. It's a boxing event that you are perpendicularly associating with a separate charity that has nothing to do with people buying the boxing event. I was a part of the event and didn't know any of this. I didn't know where money is going, outside of the fact that I was offered and said, no, I'm all good on that. I want to be there to support, and because they gave me an opportunity, which I'll always be grateful for. But this side of stuff is very weird. What is this that I just got sent from April?
Yes.
It's a charity event. Stop telling people that, because it's not what it is. That was the
This is the first part, okay? This is the next part.
What is going on, and why has this become such a shit show? iDubbbz's friend made a video on accusing Ethan Klein, H3H3, of abusing his kids. We're not even through the first fucking sentence, which many believe led to CPS coming to investigate his house and interview his kids. Ethan's son had the stomach flu, which Ethan had openly inquired was, I don't even know how to pronounce that word, a form of diarrhea. Just the first sentence. A friend made a video accusing H3, the guy we watched yesterday, of abusing his kids? What the fuck are we talking about? And then CPS came to his house? Ethan's son had the stomach flu. Okay, all right, we'll move on. Ethan called out iDubbbz for being friends with people like that. Fair. Who made it seem like Ethan's son was on the verge of dying. The kid was fine. I gotta... Giardia is actually a fairly common flu, I guess. But his friend made it sound like it was a rare disease that could kill the child. iDubbbz made a video saying Ethan's a bad person and said Ethan may actually be a bad dad. Lena, AB's wife, don't know who that is. Wait, AB, what the fuck was the guy's, was that the Star Killer? Lena dropped from the event as her and AB work, yeah, okay, with H3. iDubbbz also collaborated with very far left content creators in his video about Ethan, which made many of the fighters on the card feel like participating in the event was an endorsement of those extreme beliefs.
So yeah, is it any wonder this was the ex-commentator for Creator Clash? Is it any wonder that he left as well? Is it any wonder? So normally I am quite reserved and cautious about making people and incidents into a mockery. I'm normally quite reserved about that, but knowing what has been happening between Anissa and her husband, and knowing the type of people they are associating with, I can only say that, and knowing what they have done to Ethan, who has been nothing but a friend to them for years at this point. And I remember very vividly, Ethan did indeed run so much defense for Ian and the wife back then. So much, to the point that he really... He angered a lot of his own fans for it. And this is the thanks he gets. Seriously. We saw this coming from a mile away. Too bad Ethan did not. But anyway, if anyone wants to mock Ian and his wife or Anissa and her husband, I will not be that much against it, personally. I wouldn't do it myself, but I can't say that I feel particular pity when they are being the butt of every joke. I can't say I am. I really cannot say I pity them, or sympathize with them, or empathize with them. All they needed to do was shut up, that is true. Two-faced, every single one of them. Oh, by the way, that Cameron guy, I have no idea what his little incident is. But he released a content deputy on Ian after the content cop. I might watch that in my own time. Or should I watch it here? Yes, Yande's former music guy. Control, let me see what the controllers say. I don't even know if it's I don't think I'm even convinced that it is pure love. To be honest. If anything, I suspect that his wife have something on him that is forcing him to behave in a very particular manner. I would say blackmail? No idea. Maybe. Because let's be a little fair here. This woman was nothing without iDubbbz. iDubbbz was one of the biggest content creators back when he just met. She will be nothing without him, and I suspect till now, she still leeches off him. Well, she still leeches off him all on the side, pretending to be such a big moral arbiter and harbinger for all things good. Oh, you have to behave this way. Oh, you have to behave that way. It's for charity. Oh, I do not like the boxers being oppressed with less pay. Ha! 34%. She's like Egoraptor's wife. She just makes her husband look worse. Oh, he is not even... That's an understatement, okay? That is an understatement. Kirby fans. Do you know that she on stream and on tweets talk about her own husband soiling himself? Can you imagine what type of a quote-unquote wife is it that every single waking moment she has in public, she talks about how pathetic her own husband is? Can you imagine that? If I were the husband of this woman, I would have divorced her in a heartbeat. If I were iDubbbz, I would have got rid of her the moment I can. No amount of money is worth it. No amount of money is worth it. Yeah, split the assets half and half. Get rid of her. You should not care. That half of your assets that is gone is the most important investment you ever make in your life. Because the alternative is so much worse. But no, Ian decided this was the better option for some reason. Zero online, is it really Yuri? I am an entity, I can be either or. I can be Mr. Universe, big muscle man, with a deep voice. I can be a lady, I can be a tomboy, I can be a fanboy, I can be anything. You really I can take any form I like. Oh yeah, I am a bedroom's equivalent of a Ditto. Not more powerful than that. I can be a Bandoro also. Okay, enough. Enough jokes. Enough joking around. Enough joking around. It was just a joke, okay? Can you stop talking about it? I'm done. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done with this whole talking about what I am. Okay, enough, enough. Oh. Can you shut up? Okay, Lucas, you can all shut up now. Lucas, you can all shut up now, please. Okay, thank you very much. Can you all please shut up? Okay, enough. Enough. I said enough. I said enough. Are you gonna shut up or not? Are you gonna actually start shutting up or not? Are you gonna start shutting up or not? I'm talking about things and you are not shutting up. I am almost afraid of seeing what's the AI summary right now. Oh my god, you got nuked off Facebook, Angus. I'm so sorry. Yeah, you don't need to turn off slow mode. You don't need to turn off slow mode. You don't need to turn it on. I don't know why you turned it on, but it's fine. You know what? I'm going to take a break. I have to process my thoughts and I need to calm down. This chat is getting a bit out of control. I need to calm down again or I'm taking a quick rest, okay? I'm taking a quick rest. I cannot take this chat. It's getting a bit too overflowing for me and I cannot take it. You lurkers, behave yourself and I want you all to take some time and rest and think about your behavior. Okay? Oh my goodness.
You will have nothing and you will like it.
Easy for you to say, Kirby fan. Look at all of this. Look at this chat. Look at this. My goodness, look at this chat. I'm still have a bit more to talk about, and I can't even talk about it because the chat has completely lost control. You all have lost all of your self-restraint. Burger Cat, what a very specific thing to say. I don't have the AI summary with me. That's fine though. Can you post it? I don't have it on me. I really do not have it on me. Banmin, how would they lose self-control if they never had any? Well, oh, pardon me for having standards. Pardon me for having high expectations of my lurkers. Oh, pardon me. I didn't know I was preparing myself for disappointment at the very start. Experiment quality may vary. Viewers are commenting on the drink combinations and oh my god. On the drink combinations and making suggestive and humorous remarks, including innuendos related to the streamer and the drink names. That's very normal. That's very normal. The chat is discussing the recent stream and making various comments, with some viewers getting carried away and making suggestive remarks. Oh my goodness, enough. We are sidetracking a lot and I do not appreciate it. One more. Oh yeah, let me see if I can find it. This one. No, wait, I already talked about it, actually. Yeah, I talked about it. Did I? I think I did. Yes, I did. I did talk about it. But I guess it's... It's on the, I put it as a thumbnail and I forgot about it. Oh yes, a bit of a closing remark on the whole... A bit of a closing remark on that whole, SAG-AFTRA. I would like to give you all a gentle reminder, okay? Remember Paimon's ex-VA talk about how the SAG-AFTRA union is so important for all voice actors to make sure they get paid properly, they have access to health care, and that you are an evil, terrible person if you reject entry into SAG-AFTRA, and the people and the companies that hire voice actors are very evil and very bad if they do not sign an agreement with SAG. Remember all that? Remember all that? Well, I would like to give you all a bit of a gentle reminder. SAG-AFTRA Global Rule 1. No member shall render any services or make an agreement to perform services for any employer who has not executed a basic minimum agreement with the union, which is in full force and effect in any jurisdiction in which there is SAG-AFTRA National Collective Bargaining Agreement in place. Long story short, they want the whole world to fall under their control. Membership costs $3,060 for the one-off payment to enter. Then annual payment of a minimum of $241.32. Don't have money to pay? Go in debt, you poor peasant. Go in debt, you poor peasant. Lastly, oh, the poor voice actors. We were just asking them to get decent pay. Meanwhile, union head Duncan gets 1 million a year. $1 million a year. Where is all that money going to exactly? Again, do as I say, not as I do. Oh, the companies, they are all tyrants. Oh, the greedy companies, they won't sign extra agreements, says the union heads as they receive their $1 million salaries. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you talk a lot. Rich coming from you. Again, if you need any reminder about the type of place SAG-AFTRA is, look no further. This single article is all you need to know to explain their behavior from start to finish. The way they harass a guy living in Japan all because he accepted a job from MiHoYo. Everything. I'm convinced Primal's VA is getting K-backs too. I do not doubt that. I do not doubt that too much, let's just say. Such a... Oh yeah, Lurker recommended me a video that we could watch. And I hope that there is no copyright problems. It shouldn't. It should not. It really should not. But let us see. GGYKYIKI, is it the same one? Yes, it's the same one. Let us have a look. A bit of a watch along like this. It is not music heavy, hopefully. It's just commentary. So it should be fine.
Currently considered science with extreme skepticism, to the point where the conclusions that they draw really shouldn't be seen with much more authority than just a random coin toss. In this video, I'm going to explain why every rational person should be what is known as a hard science snob. And for those of you who don't know, hard sciences are things like physics, math, biology, astronomy, computer science, geology, chemistry, or even engineering. Things that more or less deal with how the universe works. Whereas soft science,
social science, long story short, sociology. Long story short, in my opinion, anyone can be a social science expert. Without a stupid degree, without a stupid course, a stupid tens of thousands of dollars course. And it's very easy. All you have to do is lurk the internet. And you will be a social science expert in a few years. Even 1 year, if you know live the internet. If you're terminally online and if you're on Twitter or Facebook every single waking hour, 1 year, you'll be a social science expert. You will know exactly how people behave. You don't need some fancy course that will make you go into debt for tens of thousands of dollars. Yes, Mo Chan, you would be a PhD in social science. I would be a lecturer in social science too. Of course, I didn't pay the money to these universities. They will never accept me. Of course they won't accept me. Because I did not give them the money they need. But I think let him talk.
Sciences are things more like sociology, psychology, and economics and political science. You know, things that are a little bit more about studying the human condition and thus have a bit of a philosophical.
I mean, economics you kind of have to learn a little bit more. Maybe you might need a proper formal education on economics, especially the intricacies of it. But yeah, social science and political science, nah. Political science, you just have to be self-aware enough to know how people behave and what they're willing to lie to get you to support them. That's political science. And of course, social science is basically knowing how people behave.
Edge to them. And what it means to be a hard science snob is that you effectively only really consider hard science to actually be science. It's
fair. Very fair.
Basically the denial that soft.
And Bo, I did not have lunch yet. Do not mention lunch to me because I will be hungry.
Sciences should really be considered quote-unquote science. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean that you automatically don't trust the soft sciences. It doesn't mean you don't recognize them as legitimate fields of study. It just means you recognize that they don't really truly follow the scientific method, and it is thus entirely reasonable to treat them with more skepticism than you would treat the hard sciences. Especially in this day and age, where we have a lot of ideologically motivated garbage that often completely goes against basic logic and reasoning that is being peddled as science when in fact it's nothing more than just propaganda. And I'm actually going to be explaining how this problem is significantly worse than many other people who talk about it realize, as I'll be pointing out some very serious—
Oh my goodness. If there is one thing I have to congratulate the artists of this Soyjax for, if there is one thing I have to really congratulate every single internet lurker. I don't know if they're from 4chan, I don't know if they're from somewhere else. They drew these characters to look as unpleasant as humanly possible. Unpleasant and rage-inducing as humanly possible. It is quite amazing how they pinned every single minute detail to make the illustration look as rage-inducing as possible.
Reasoning errors that exist in many of today's soft science that often goes completely unnoticed by a lot of the people who are criticizing. Because if you look into this, you may be able to find things like people talking about the replication crisis, or things like widespread p-hacking, and how it has a significantly higher chance of happening in the soft sciences, and also how common it is for those examples of academic fraud to have some kind of political bias or motivation behind. All very serious and very real problems, yes, but the rabbit hole actually goes deeper than that. And for those who are not new to my channel, another way to put it is that we're going to be going into sort of the more academic side of the equality fallacy, and how a lot of the social sciences are guilty of a very serious statistical reasoning error that makes all the current problems we already know about the soft sciences even worse, resulting in the world we live in today, which is a world where it's entirely reasonable to not necessarily trust sociology and psychology and whatnot research. And it's actually not science denial at all.
From my own personal experiences, sociology and psychology research are, well, I'm going to put it as kindly as I can, but nonsense at this point in time.
Problem is, it isn't really science. But
See you, Zero.
This video's sponsor is Private Internet Access.
There we go.
Scientific method. It comes very close, but there's a point in the scientific method where it kind of runs into problems. And that point is the point of peer review. Because the entire point of science is to make sure that things are measured objectively.
The point of peer review: observations and questions, researching on a topic area, creating a hypothesis, testing the hypothesis with an experiment, analyze what happens after the experiment, report on the conclusion, and see whether the conclusion matches with the hypothesis and how well it matches. Yep.
Objectively and tested in a controlled environment, specifically in a way that can be replicated and actually proven to others objectively. And we humans kind of came up with the scientific method in order to get around a very key problem or a key inherent flaw with the human condition, which is that humans can kind of be a little bit stupid at times. People can make claims like, oh, the reason
The scientific method is, in my opinion, is basically understanding a cause and effect. In a way.
Sun rises every day is because it's being punted across the sky by a demon, and those people can sincerely believe what they're saying. Now, of course, today we're fully aware that that's not the reason the sun rises every day, but back in the day before science, that kind of thing might actually spread. People actually might sincerely believe it, because humans are kind of biased towards believing these weird, fantastical tales, motivated by emotional reasoning, even if they don't really make much sense, even when there's basically no proof behind. Now, the peer review process of this is important because it kind of serves as a quality check, a QA system for academic and scientific publishing, where other experts in the field can then evaluate research before that research is then published to the public. So in other words, it's kind of a gatekeeping where you have to convince people who are educated in the subject of your research before you start peddling it to others. And in the hard sciences,
in an ideal world, yes. In an ideal world, yes. Well, what happens? I suppose the biggest question now is what happens if the peer review process is inherently flawed? Such as you're getting a group of oligarchs, not really oligarchs, a group of factions that will push anything and everything as correct if it abides by their own worldview and will deny every single thing if it does not. What happens then? That's a question.
in the soft sciences,
For instance, the flat earthers. Let's say an entire council of peer reviewers all believe in the flat earth theory. Well, someone makes some study, for instance, against all odds, they made a rocket with a camera on top of it to show that the Earth is a sphere. What do you think would be happening if that type of finding, even with photographic evidence, was pushed in front of a group of peers that only believe in flat Earth? They believe it in such immense conviction. What do you think will happen? I'd say they would reject these reports. And of course, some other person could just say that it was told to me in a dream by God that the earth is flat, and that is the core for my studies. You send out to these peer reviewers and I say, oh, they're proving that the earth is flat, God told them so. Approved as science. Explain that to me.
this is where we kind of see a very big difference. Because in the hard sciences, it's entirely possible for hard science to be bogus, but it will eventually be found out. And the reason for this is because peer review isn't really a one and done process. You don't just manage to get published and that's it. What you're saying is considered valid scientific research, just forever, and nobody ever questions it. That's not how it works. Rather, peer review is continuous. If someone later finds out that some research is bogus, that research can actually get retracted, or in other words, no longer considered a valid study. Now, in the hard sciences, one thing that happens is that because it mostly studies how the universe works, what usually happens with the hard sciences is that you'll have a real physical product, some kind of device or machine, or some kind of general practical application, or some kind of process of the universe that can be observed, which objectively verifies the study or objectively verifies the theory. For example, in computer science, we know that the theory behind the logic gates and how they function is correct, because if they didn't function the way that computer scientists say they function, and the way that mathematicians mathematicians and physicists understand it, then of course the device that you're using to watch this video right now wouldn't function. Or another example, say physics. If Einstein's theory of general relativity wasn't true, then we wouldn't need to adjust the clock speeds of satellites based on how fast they're moving around the Earth in order for GPS to correctly track your position. In fact, that's a pretty interesting example, because if we tried to have GPS work without knowledge of Einstein's general theory of relativity, then we would get these really weird tracking errors over time, and scientists would be completely baffled. Or perhaps an even simpler example in things like chemistry. It's very easy to verify whether or not
Well, science got hard in a way. It goes back to that classic saying, isn't it? The more you know, the more you do not know. That it really is the core of everything. This is the core of learning, is the core of study, is the core of honest learning. Without biases, without politics, without propaganda, the core understanding of all learning is that the more you know, the more you do not know. It's just like, what can I best? It's just like, imagine Path of Exile. Imagine just Path of Exile, for instance. When you're not zoomed out of the Path of Exile talent tree, imagine it, for instance. Can you imagine that in your head right now? When you start to level up, your first levels, your first 2-3 levels, you will see like it's just a small talent tree, and as you continue to level up, you keep having to zoom out and zoom out and zoom out. And eventually you zoom out, you see so many things that you have yet to learn. I can think of it as that way. The more you know, the more you do not know.
not claims about a molecular compound caused by a chemical reaction are true or not, because you can mechanically demonstrate it to be true. You can just observe it and it's true. And so in this sense, the peer review process in the hard sciences kind of has this second hard verification, where the theories and claims are hard proven by some kind of practical application. That just wouldn't function if the theory was wrong. And soft sciences, they have kind of a problem. They don't really have this kind of hard verification. What soft science has instead is just almost entirely represented by data trends, with very few cases of actual practical mechanical applications of the theory.
Ah, so that's why he's arguing that economics is kind of a soft science. I kind of see it that way. I can see it how he thinks of it that way. Because economics, yes, all you have are statistical data and trends. It is not precise. That's why it's considered a bit of a soft science.
And so what you end up with is that the peer review process in the soft sciences is more or less just more like an arena of people who are experts in the field, allegedly, just kind of arguing and bickering with each other. And well, that's an issue because human beings are a little bit biased, even if you're an expert in a field. And so the things that don't...
Watame, the whole idea about economics is that it uses numbers to represent imprecise information rather than the numbers existing for the sake of it. Maths is numbers existing for the sake of it and it gives precise answers, but in economics is something a bit more... How do I even describe it? I hope it's easy enough for you to understand, but basically it's like, on one hand, maths existing for the sake of it is maths basically using hard numbers. It exists for the sake of it, like I say. But on the other hand, in economics, you're using maths as one of the many tools. One of the many tools to explain some form of outcome or behavior. And in terms of economics, the outcome or behaviors we're talking about is things like the market crashing or the market surging, or a country is going bankrupt, or a country is beating out its trade deficit and having a trade surplus, all that things. They use numbers to translate it into understandable information. Because without the numbers, all you are seeing is things happening. For instance, this country just went bankrupt. How the hell did this country go bankrupt? oh, there are some numbers that gives you, there are some numbers that are arranged in such a way as to give you the information that can explain why that country went bankrupt. Something like that. So, long story short, maths is maths and all these things like physics, they're all hard sciences. Because you can precisely see the cause and effect. As for something like economics, for instance, there are so many possible causes that created the effect. And because there are so many possible causes, it becomes imprecise. And one of the best ways to shed light on the many imprecise causes is the usage of numbers.
Really aligned with their biases tend to get nitpicked a lot harder than the things that do. And so they just kind of argue with each other whether or not the data really says and means.
It's partially the reason why a lot of accounting and finance people, they tend to make fun of economists a lot. The thing about accountants and basically bankers, the thing about accountants and bankers is that they can identify clear-cut information. And because economists cannot, that is a source of mockery by the accountants and the bankers.
What the researcher claims it means, and oftentimes that argument really just based on these biases. Because unlike the hard sciences, say in engineering and bridge building, where we would eventually find out if there's small errors in the data and reasoning, because, you know, the bridge will end up collapsing due to some kind of flaw that they didn't think of. Again, because the soft sciences, they don't really have that, this observable dichotomy between a functioning bridge versus a bridge that collapses after a few years or so. That kind of hard verification just doesn't exist with soft science. And so the soft sciences are extremely susceptible to being driven entirely by ideologues. And this creates kind of a perverse incentive within the soft sciences to create studies and do research.
But you know what is actually I think Mantis is kind of, I'm not sure if you cover it, but there is something a bit more pervasive that's happening with ideologues. They are so rabid, they are so zealous, they are so obsessed with controlling every single aspect of everyone else's lives that they are even attempting to infiltrate hard sciences and injecting their own opinions into them, passing it off as peer-reviewed sciences, like I said before. But I guess in this type, he's talking about social sciences in this perspective, but this is a little bit of a side note that I have to talk about, actually.
Research that actually affirm those biases. So if you're, say, a young researcher in the field of soft science, you're a lot more likely to get published by just telling the arena what they already want to hear. And over time, what has happened is that the fields of soft science have overwhelmingly become populated by people who subscribe to the ideology of wokeism. And by that, I mean people who look at differences between population groups and just kind of generally assume that the cause of any kind of difference, especially a negative difference, is entirely the result of discrimination, resulting in them aggressively pushing for DEI as a proposed solution to the so-called problem. And this also often manifests in them kind of adopting Marxist and socialist economic systems. And it's a lot sillier than a lot of people realize. For instance, a lot of professors in top universities who teach the soft sciences have a significantly higher than average chance to be just an open Marxist. And now, of course,
this is why the US education keeps failing you Americans. I don't know how many of you Americans are still watching. I suspect a lot of you are already gone to sleep, but this is why your education system is failing you. How are you going to get objectively quality education when all of your educators shield and support for social political models and systems that destroy the countries that implement them? Explain this to me. How are are you going to get a quality economics education if your lecturer outwardly claims he is a proud Marxist?
Explanation for this, kind of the woke-toid cope, is that the reason the soft sciences have this kind of far-left woke bias to them is simply because reality has a bias towards them. They will claim that the data is simply proving their ideology correct, but it's actually not. I have an alternative explanation, which is that the way the soft science works is inherently biased towards the ideology of wokeism, not due to it having a reality bias, but due to...
That was what I was thinking as well. I think I'm going to suspect that Mantis is what he's going to say is, it is wrong that Pak Chor would think that all of these soft sciences have a leftist bias, not because reality agrees with them more, but because... Okay, I'm gonna talk about it. I have a feeling that I might confuse you all, lurkers, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a presentation again. Let me check. Okay. Let me see. The fake bias. Let me see if I can write it. Nope. This might be a bit hard. Let me see. It's a very simplified thing for me to think of, but I struggle to find any other explanation. So the reason why it looks like social sciences have a leftist bias is not because reality has a leftist bias, but what we know as leftists, the people we know as leftists, are willing to be underhanded. In other words, what do I mean by that? What do I mean by they are willing to be underhanded? Well, let me make some more space. They abandon good faith. You have no idea. You do not have... Some people do not understand it, especially the Pak Chor, they do not understand it. The reason they're only as quote-unquote influential as they are is because they have no good faith. Oh, they will accuse you of not having good faith. But again, it's projection at this point in time. So you have let's say, the moderates. You have the moderates, the lightly right-leaning, or even the mild left-leaning. So basically all of the moderates, everyone else, and they will tell you, they will go through with you, step by step. Hey, I think you are making a mistake on this opinion. We will explain to you why you've made the mistake, and we will provide you with all the evidence you need to understand why you have made a mistake. These are the people who think with their heads. Many people do think with their heads, but the problem with a lot of Pak Chor nowadays, especially those who are still in all these positions of so-called influence, is that they do not care. To them, it is not about understanding the truth. To them, it's never about the truth. It's never about what is actually good and what is actually bad. It's never about what is actually right or what is actually wrong. If anything, they only care about one thing. They only care about one thing. They want to win. That is all. They do not care what methods they use. They do not care that they will lie to your face. They do not care that they will infiltrate positions of power, filling up the spaces with people who think the same way as they do. At the end of the day, all they care is winning. Again, it's back to this story. Again, look back at the thumbnail. Look back at the thumbnail that I made. Do as I say, not as I do. They are very willing to impose they are very willing to impose the obligations of good faith against their opponents, but they will never abide by those obligations. Because they know if they abide by the obligations that they impose on others, they would not have an advantage. And at the end of the day, all they want is to win, and therefore, any advantage they can take, it is an advantage worth taking, even if it makes them look like two-faced hypocrites. So this is what I'm suspecting Mantis is going to say. This is what I'm suspecting he's going to say. The reason why social sciences have a quote-unquote leftist bias is not because reality has a leftist bias, but because the people who are in these positions of power reached these positions of power because they are cynical, ruthless, and all they care about is power. Which means no tactic is too beneath them, no tactic is too cheap. And that's the problem. The people who are good faith, the people who are honest, the people who think well for others and themselves, they will never resort to these tactics. Never ever. And that is why there is a so-called bias in the social sciences. And that is what that idiot on Reddit cannot understand. Either they cannot understand or they pretend not to understand. But of course, knowing if you are a supporter of Marxism, an uncritical supporter of Marxism, why should I not expect you to resort to this type of tactics? To get a one-up against everyone else? Because honestly, that's the only way you can get an even ground, isn't it? All this bakchor, that's the only way they can get an even ground. Use these tactics, because if they fought fair, they will lose. They know they will lose. This is why they use these tactics. You really, and honestly, people are inherently egotistical. They are inherently prideful. You really think a bunch of bakchor, if they could help it, they would win based on their own qualities alone? If they could, of course they would. They would want to virtue signal about how they won fair and square, but the problem is that they cannot. So this is their plan B per se. They cannot lose on a fair game. So they will always use the underhanded tactics, and when people catch up on them, what they do is to project their mistakes, project their actions onto you. It all goes full circle. It all goes back to projection. Why does projection happen? Because they're doing exactly what they accuse others of doing. I think I've gone a bit off tangent a bit too long. Well, it's not. I've expanded a bit too much on it, but let's see what he thinks about this.
To an inherent major fallacy that is built into the way that a lot of soft science is conducted. And to showcase this, I'll just kind of give you an example of a very oversimplified study. Let's imagine that there is a city made up of red people and blue people, and they conduct a study in this city that shows that red people are significantly more likely to get rejected for a loan when going to the bank than blue people are. And it's a pretty big difference. It's a difference of 60%. And the study thus concludes that the banks are discriminating against red people. Now, of course, obviously, if you're familiar with this kind of research, you know that this is a very, very, very bad study. And the reason it's a bad study is because we haven't controlled for anything. We haven't looked at socioeconomic status, we haven't looked at average credit scores, we haven't looked at average cultural differences, we haven't looked at average education levels between these groups, we haven't looked at anything. Because if it can be shown to be the result of completely unrelated factors that make people less likely to pay back their loans, which can be isolated from the fact that one person is red and the other person is blue, then well, obviously the accusation of lay bigotry doesn't really hold much water. And let's just say hypothetically that we look at the factors in this hypothetical city of red and blue people, and the study actually somewhat reverses itself. Now it shows that blue people are slightly more likely to be rejected for a loan, and that bankers were actually giving red people a bit of a handicap. They were actually being more favorable to them considering the economic situation. And the issue that this mainly demonstrates is that when you don't control for something, it's kind of the same thing as saying, assuming all else be equal. Not controlling for a variable is mathematically equivalent to just
yes, all else be equal. Ceteris paribus. A classic Latin phrase. And one of the things that I didn't bring up, yes, ceteris paribus is one of the most important control elements. Because the whole idea of ceteris paribus is that in a perfect scenario, in a perfect world where the other extraneous factors do not affect a statistical incident, what happens? Let's go further.
assuming that
Yes, and that is the problem. That's why there are so many studies about what is ceteris paribus, how do you achieve the all else equal system? How hard is this, and how do you achieve all else equal? That is another problem in its own self.
the variable has the same value or effect across all the groups or components in your study. You are implying that the variable you didn't control for has no significant influence on the outcome. And so you just treat it as an equal constant that you don't really have to think about. And this tells us something very interesting, which is that bad research in the social sciences is more likely to create an outcome that aligns with woke ideology. This is the most important point of this video that really needs to be.
The worse a social science study is in not controlling for relevant factors, the more likely it will produce a backjaw conclusion. Again, funny how everything works. The lack of control of relevant factors, the deliberate lack of control of relevant factors. What is that? What is that? That is dishonesty. When you do not control for relevant material factors in your study, you are deliberately withholding important information for whatever reason it may be. Funny how that works. The bakjaw's core technique, the core foundations of their arguments and their discourse is lying, misrepresenting, and omission. Well, that's my opinion anyway. That is my opinion anyway. Oh, Sito-chan, you're here, welcome. It has indeed been a while. I haven't seen you in a while.
stressed and understood. The fact that so much research coming out of fields like sociology tends to have this woke bias to it is not evidence that the ideology of wokeism has truth to it. Rather, the exact opposite is true. The fact that so much of this research has that woke bias to it is actually proof that they aren't really doing their job.
Thank you, Mantis, for proving me correct. Thank you so much for agreeing with me. Exactly right. He say in a very nice way, but I say in a very harsh way. At the end of the day, the only reason that Papchos win in these situations, the situation of studies, the situation of research, the situations of peer review, the situations of academia, at the end of the day, it's bad faith. Is they do not care about the good faith. They do not care about the honesty. They do not care about the fairness. In other words, they do not care about the good faith. But remember, they do not care about it when they are doing their own studies, but they will force you to care about it if you disagree with them. This is why you see things like, you know, that V-tweeter who targeted Kershaw? You know that V-tweeter who targeted Kershaw? You know them. Starts with a B and ends with a D. You know about him. The one who got spooked by Kershaw when she said, if I have to give you a cease and desist, I will. Oh, come on. Please tell me you remember, please. Yes, Mod-chan, you are correct. Lurkers, Mod-chan gave the correct name. Yes, Mod-chan and Lurker-chan gave the correct name. This is why you see someone like that NVTuber. No, not NVTuber. The V-tweeter. This is why you see people like this V-tweeter. This specific one. Like this specific V-tweeter. They will accuse you of conducting bad faith arguments. No matter how well researched your argument is, no matter how much receipts and evidence provided to you, they will say you are giving a bad faith argument. Then what are they doing? What are they doing? They are using a smear piece written by someone who has a personal beef against somebody, who misrepresented words that she said to make her look bad. They use that as evidence to say something, say she is bad. Where is the good faith then? Of course it's not there. They want you to be handicapped by the principle of good faith, but they will never obligate themselves to it. So again, Mantis Wave is correct.
So it's actually evidence that a lot of this research is in fact being conducted very poorly and with very little thought given to what they're controlling for. The lazier a study is, the more likely it is to reach this conclusion, because woke ideology makes this assumption of equality all the time. I've gone over this in my videos on the equity fallacy, but more recently the equality fallacy. The equality fallacy is this Motte and Bailey between different arguments for equality. Some of those arguments are good and some of them are bad, and what happens is people will just kind of dance between the good and bad arguments in order to justify believing that equality is more real than it actually is. And so what happens is when you have a social scientist who subscribes to this kind of neo-Marxist woke ideology of just asserting equality, they're more likely to not control for these things. They're more likely to just assume that which aligns with their bias, which is the assumption all else be equal, and the presumption of tabula rasa, despite the fact that tabula rasa has been debunked. And so it's not so much that reality has a woke bias, but rather it's just social science studies that don't control properly for things are what actually just naturally has a woke bias. Because when you make this reasoning error of not accounting for a variable that is relevant relevant to your study, then that just kind of naturally leads you towards the thinking that justifies woke ideology. Now, at this point, your average social scientist will cry foul at this video. They'll say, but we do control for these things. We control for differences between groups all the time. But the reality is, when you really consider just how many variables are out there in the soft sciences, you'll realize that it's actually kind of impossible to control for every single relevant variable in a social science study. Because the thing is, human action is very, very complex. The reasons for one person giving an answer on, say, a survey may completely differ from the reasons another person gives an answer on a survey. But of course, you can't actually empirically measure the thoughts inside someone's head, and so you don't actually know why people say things in, for example, social science survey-based studies. And yet, because of the clownery, we instead end up with this reasoning error that persists in the soft sciences. This empiricist fallacy of, oh,
this variable can't be measured, therefore it must not be important. The pinnacle of bad faith. That is one of the pinnacle statements of bad faith.
I can't measure this, therefore it doesn't exist. So they can't measure incentives or can't measure thoughts, so they pretend they don't exist, or they just pretend that they're not relevant. They just sweep the things they can't measure under the rug, thus implying that those variables have no statistical significance or are equal, and then proceed with their study anyway in an act that can only really be considered pretend science at best. And the thing is, when you critically examine a lot of the studies from the soft sciences, you start to notice just how common this reasoning error is. And so let's spend most of the rest of this video going over
Why is it not a shock to me? Well, it's not a shock to me. I see it all the time. Yeah, I see it all the time. It's not a shock
real
to me.
examples. And let's start with implicit bias testing. And if you're not familiar with this, implicit bias is something that the wokes talk about a lot. It's this idea that we have these unconscious negative attitudes and stereotypes that are subconsciously influencing your perceptions and decisions in regards to people in ways that you aren't actually aware of. And so wokes often use this to prove their discrimination, equality narrative because it's the perfect unfalsifiable accusation. If someone accuses you of thinking a certain way, you can't actually objectively prove that you don't. But the real problem from a scientific perspective really just comes down to the implicit association test that they use to prove the existence of implicit bias. Implicit association tests, what they do is they have the participants categorize words and images into pairs of things like good and bad and black versus white. So it's whether or not you associate stereotypically good words with black people or white people. So for instance, it might pair the word joy with images of faces, and whether or not the participant views that as a black face or a white face. And because people on average tend to associate black faces with quote-unquote stereotypically more negative language, the test thus concludes that people are implicitly biased to that degree. Now, the problem with this test is that when you give people very limited information about a person, people have to base it on the best pattern recognition they have.
Darkness, what do you mean by what happened to my mic? What do you mean by what happened to my mic? Stop making me feel so paranoid. What happened to my mic? I hope nothing happened to my mic. Oh my goodness. Oh dear. What, Mike? I thought she was just shouting really loud. Just now you sound different. Why am I always sounding different? 有冇搞錯？好煩啊！ Sound different now, sound different then. 有冇搞錯？ Everything 都係唔同，你個mic唔同，有冇搞錯？ Everything 都唔同嘅。Oh, did my video quality go down maybe? Yes, 你唔好成日俾我 panic 咁樣啦，我真係好猛嘅，我好攰啊，成日都有 mic problem 呢個 mic problem 嗰個。
And when we remember that tabula rasa is not a thing, immediate problems spring to mind. First off, black people and white people on average don't actually use language the same way. And this is kind of hinted by the fact that even black participants in implicit association tests tend to associate the black faces with more stereotypically negative language. It doesn't actually tell you what the person taking the test is actually thinking or why they're making those associations. They're just assuming that it's because of some kind of implicit negative bias. What if it's just completely external differences, such as the difference between African American vernacular English and the way, say, the average white person talks? If that was the case, then it wouldn't really be a negative stereotype that's causing this. And the thing is, the people who've designed the implicit association test, well, they don't actually control for that possibility at all. They just assume that it doesn't exist because you can't really measure that. You can't empirically measure those thoughts and reasons, so they just make assumptions about those thoughts and reasons. They don't actually have evidence that it is what they say it is. And indeed, when you look at other studies, implicit association tests seem to contradict what people are actually saying. For example, in a feelings thermometer rating of races in the USA, based on actually asking people how they feel about certain races, it shows that most people have an in-group bias. Very notably, African Americans have a pretty noticeable in-group bias. But in implicit association tests, blacks tend to also associate blacks with negative language. And so the most likely explanation is probably just differences in how we use language. And this is further confirmed by the fact that implicit association tests aren't really good and that they don't really have very good reproducibility. There's pretty good evidence to suggest that implicit bias and implicit association tests entirely come from a place on measurement error. For example, if you were to give someone the same test twice, if a test is a good test, then someone should generally receive the same score the same time. That usually doesn't happen, but usually a decent test, one that actually, tests what it thinks it's testing, a person who scores 80% once, they might score maybe 78 or 82% the next time. But if it happens very regularly that the same person scores 70% one time and then 20% the next time, then 50% the next time, well, that shows that there's probably something wrong with the assumptions that the test is making. And the thing is, the different factors that could be at play here are astronomical, because people from different ethnic groups, or people from different religious groups even, or people from different countries, or even different political ideologies, however you want to cut it, when you group people into these kind of limited categories, you can't just ignore basic differences that they have. Do those groups speak the same language? No. Do those groups eat the same food? No. There are cultural differences between nutrition. And guess what? You have to account for that, because we know that nutrition greatly affects how people think. And indeed, it gets further. Do those groups all have the same moral systems? No. On average, they don't. Do those groups value the same things in life? No. And so those groups are also going to have different incentives, which, by the way, most social science doesn't account for at all, period. And the reality is people are a lot more complex.
I do agree on that also, Marco Senpai. When I saw this bias test back in a few years back, I remember I saw PewDiePie also taking this test. It was very funny. I just felt it's a new age crap, in my opinion. It's like all those people who put energies into like gemstones or something like that. It kind of felt like that to me. That's what I thought about it when I saw this implicit bias test this and implicit bias test that. It is, at the end of the day, it's just something that a bunch of bakcho with a little too much time on their hands and a little too much comfort with them just cook up for whatever dumb reason.
than social science is claiming. People think in hundreds of thousands of different ways, performing actions in hundreds of thousands of different possibilities, each branching into hundreds of thousands of different possibilities. You can't actually control for all of this. It is not actually possible to do. And so social scientists, what they do is they make these tests up and they just kind of assume all else be equal. They assume that the reason one person associates a white face with joy and a black face with smoke must just be the same reason that they're assuming for everybody else, because they can't actually empirically measure the thoughts in their head, and so they just assume it's equal. They just don't control for it. But that's honestly kind of a difficult one to understand. An easier example might be feminist studies, and this is something I already did an entire video on a long time ago.
Lucas, explain this to me, please. Explain this to me a little more, please. In universities, your universities, especially those in the West, is there really such a paid class called feminist studies? Is there really such a paid course called feminist studies? And people pay money for that. People actually pay money to attend these classes. Really? This is amazing. And I don't mean this as a... And I do not mean this as a compliment. This is wild and fascinating in all of the worst ways possible. Imagine wasting your money on something like that. You can just talk to someone. You could literally just talk to someone and you learn the same thing as Eddie. Feminist studies. Zero Online, I'm talking to you right now. What do you think of the audio? Does my audio sound right now? Is my audio right? Performing properly right now? Good. Yes, all you have to do is to browse Tumblr and you will get all the feminist studies you could ever have for free. You never heard it sound bad. It's very slightly compressed but pretty much normal. That's okay. Don't scare me like that again, Darkness.
For people who want to know this one in more depth. In things like the wage gap, we just kind of control for a few factors between men and women, but we don't control for differences in male and female incentives. Instead, social scientists just, again, assume that that's equal because they can't measure it. We just kind of ignore the fact that women are more likely to sexually select for men who are better able to procure resources, and that would thus give men a greater incentive to make more money. What social scientists do...
It's like the same thing with that. You know the wage gap? I mean, I'm gonna be a bit fair here, okay, lurkers? I'm gonna be a bit fair here. It does not matter whether you're a man or woman right now watching my stream, but I have to be a little bit fair here. Remember the wage gap? How there was this ongoing rhetoric every single time that... a woman makes 75 cents to the dollar that a man makes. Always about that. And there are a lot of people who actually believe this. But when you dig into it, when you dig into this, you will notice. If you account away things such as women will choose different occupations compared to men, and usually occupations that might offer more work-life balance, but of course at the expense of a higher salary, or women are more inclined to take leaves on specific days and all of that things, you will find something very interesting. Very, very interesting. You will realize if you actually properly account for all of these extraneous factors and go down into the pure ceteris paribus, the pure all things made equal, the closest to objective all things made equal, you will notice that suddenly the pay gap disappears. Funny how that works. Very funny how that works. But of course, if you are a man who say this, you are a sexist and a misogynist. If you are a woman who say this, you are a traitor and a pick-me. And that's all there is to it for these people. You disagree with them, you are the worst person imaginable.
Instead is they just kind of assume that men and women act and think exactly the same, and so they don't control for factors like that at all. Or in the rare cases that they do, it's always very superficial, a very surface level, basic look at the differences. But they're always downplayed and for the most part ignored. And so thus they conclude that the wage gap is due to, again, just discrimination, not because they actually have evidence for that, but because they didn't think of anything else. But now let's look at another example that tends to stump a lot of people, and that's callback studies. These are studies where the researchers will send out resumes for various jobs where the resume is completely identical, except one resume applying for the job has maybe a black sounding name, like Tyrone or Jamal or Lakeisha, and then the other resume just has a white sounding name, like Eric, James, Samuel, or Nicole or something like that. And a lot of people, when they first hear of this, oh, well, that completely controls for everything, because now it's just showing what they think of the name and nothing else. And the result of callback studies show that, yes, people with quote-unquote white-sounding names are indeed more likely to receive a callback for a job interview opportunity. But the problem here is that it actually doesn't control for a lot of external factors. For instance, one problem is that we're not really controlling for race here, we're actually controlling for culture. A black man can be called Samuel, and so it's conflating the difference between white and black as a race with the difference between white and black as a cultural group. And admittedly, that can be seen as a little bit dicey, but the problem is that in a resume, you're giving job opportunities, you're giving the HR department very limited information to go by. And so it's actually just a very similar problem to the implicit association test. When people have very limited information by which to judge an individual, they have to go by the averages they're aware of. And resumes, the first part of getting a job, they don't really tell you a whole lot. And this puts hiring managers in a bit of a pickle, and why they tend to be a little bit superficial when it comes to deciding who to call back and who not. They kind of have to resort to bean counting. They have to go by averages. And the reality is people from different cultural backgrounds tend to have very different traits just based on that cultural background. Many of those traits being traits that predict job performance. And there's very good evidence to show that people from different cultural groups on average do not have this same performance. And while it's true that this may be unfair to the individual, the solution to this isn't to just cry mud discrimination, because when hiring managers
Oh yeah, that's actually a very important point that's being made. So let's make a comparison, okay? Let's make a comparison. From my own studies and my own personal experiences, you get to very different comparisons. Let's say you take, for instance, an Asian country, an East Asian country of location, Hong Kong, South Korea, Japan, what have you. On the other hand, you have another comparison. Let's say New Zealand, okay? New Zealand or Australia. There are two very, very different work cultures between these two countries. And some of you it cannot be understated how this cultural difference affects the efficiency of work in these places. For instance, in an Asian country, for instance, like these Asian countries, you are expected to keep your office phone on for the weekend. When you work, there is no such thing as a 9 to 5. Okay? Although colloquially, officially, there is a 9 to 5 in East Asian countries, but more often than not, it is an 8:30 to 12. Or if you're lucky, an 8:30 to 11. That it is how it is in those countries. It is different. And of course, you have places like New Zealand or Australia or where else? Norway, places like Norway or Denmark, for instance, or Belgium. Yeah, you have your 9 to 5s, very strict 9 to 5s. And weekends, don't even bother calling in about work. It's so different and it's completely correct. Culture affects work efficiency by a lot.
Do this, they're just going off the limited information that they have. And well, there's a very big problem when it comes to hiring and job performance, which is the existence of affirmative action. If you know that someone from Group A is protected by laws that in some cases will guarantee that they get it.
Ah yes, affirmative action. Long story short, affirmative action just means race and gender discrimination. But good is different when they do it. Long story short.
You will have nothing and you will
PG2. What game is that again? I'm bad with acronyms. What game is that again? PG2. Fush Mad Dog. What game is that again? I can't remember. Portal Gate 2? Portal Gate 2? I've never heard of that game before. I never heard of that game before. Interesting. Let me check. Let me have a look. Let me see. Is it on Steam? Is it on Steam? Yeah, you heard that, didn't you? Oh, I don't ban mean say why? How did you? How did you end up hearing that? How did you end up hearing that? Goodness me.
A job, then this means that the job experience they have may not actually be valid. It's something I kind of explained earlier and the main problem with DEI. When you have DEI hiring, then that just shows from a statistical probability that if someone's a diversity hire, they're probably not.
Exactly. This is what a lot of Bakjo really refuse to accept. They really completely refuse to accept. Splitgate 2. Oh, that's what I was thinking. What is that? This is what a lot of Bakjo really refuse to accept. By virtue of being a DEI hire, you have abandoned meritocracy. By virtue of discriminating against someone not because of their competency and enthusiasm, but because of the color of their skin or what they have under their pants, you are opposing meritocracy. But they will refuse to accept that. True meritocracy is hiring anyone and everyone who have the proper skills, the proper passion, and the proper enthusiasm, and the proper work ethic, regardless of what they look like or what they have under their pants. That is meritocracy.
not as competent at their job. And so that's another completely different factor to consider when it comes to callback studies that completely flips the conclusion on its head. What if the reason that employers consider experience to be less important on the resumes of minorities is actually because we've made it easier for certain minorities to achieve certain qualifications? Like, for example, in education. We know for a fact that at least in the United States, minorities are more likely to get accepted into institutions of higher learning, even when they have lower grades and lower test scores. And it has been proven that this is entirely due to DEI initiatives. And if we push this kind of ideology to extreme, it's pretty easy to demonstrate the problem to the average person. For example, imagine if again we had
remember that post I made on Twitter not too long ago, where I showed a university, they were allowing students to, well, not university, school, high school, where they were allowing a lot of students to graduate high school even though they failed English. And the reason they failed English but still allowed them to pass the high school is because it will quote unquote unfairly affect the marginalized community. So they're basically saying, yeah, we don't care if you are less skilled. We don't care if you haven't satisfied all of the requirements to pass high school. We will pass you anyway, because not doing so would be racist for some reason. Very amazing. It's just like extra credits. Remember the extra credits video they made about playing as the villains or something like that? Remember how extra credits associated works with people of a specific race? Remember that? I'm sure you remember that. I am very sure you remember that.
The city of red people and blue people, and then imagine some wokes in the city gain institutional power and then gain some political power, and they decide to solve the problem of the fact that red people are significantly less likely to have college diplomas. Their brilliant solution to that is to just give every red person a college diploma. Just require everybody in the city to just give them whatever credentials they need. And so then imagine that you're a hiring manager in this city. Do those credentials amongst red people hold the same value to you? No. In fact, the irony is the law mostly screws over any red people in the city who legitimately achieved those qualifications. Because you as the hiring manager, you don't know the difference. You wouldn't be able to tell which of those credentials was real and which was fake. And so that just kind of brings up the question, is the reason why employers are, say, 20 to 30% less likely to call back a minority because they have bigoted feelings towards that minority? Or is it because the state has unwittingly created a world where the same qualifications do not actually mean the same thing between different population groups? And again, social scientists have no way of knowing which is true. They can't actually empirically measure the thoughts inside HR's head when they're looking over these resumes. Soft scientists do not actually know these things based on the data. They just assume that their assumptions are correct. Not by, again, any kind of real physical product or practical application, but instead just by arguing amongst each other. But I think one that really stands out, that really shows how a lot of social science is just entirely fraudulent, are the studies that look at sentencing disparities in different population groups. And these are studies that look at people by gender, by nationality, by religion, and by ethnicity, etc., and see who gets harsher punishments for allegedly the same crime. And of course, when you look at these studies, you'll notice something's very, very strangely absent from the control, which is that because it's almost impossible to account for differences in behavior, and by that I mean differences in these kind of subtle qualitative factors in how different groups on average tend to conduct themselves while in a courtroom, and how good of arguments they make, and whether or not they use reason or how they use reason, these studies never account for that, which again is ridiculous because we know people from different cultural groups.
In my high school, you were able to buy grades during fundraisers. I have heard about those stories. Where, yeah, the richer students with the richer parents get odd advantages if you donate to the school a specific amount in a fundraiser. I have heard those stories before.
Groups don't necessarily use language the same way. Again, there's thousands of factors that go into this, and they just don't control for that. They just presume tabula rasa, presume blank slate, presume that they're all acting and behaving the same way in front of the judge, which is absolutely insane because we know that subtle little differences in how someone conducts themselves in front of a judge will have an impact on their sentencing. There's no way to get around that. It's just the human condition. People are different. People think different things. Every single court case is different. There's thousands of millions of different possibilities of what's going through these people's heads during these court cases and how they're communicating those thoughts to each other in their argumentation for their case. And so their response to the difficulty of controlling for those factors is that they just don't control for them. I wish I was joking, but this is unironically the methodology by which most social scientists go by. This is what a lot of...
This is very appalling level of not just laziness. This is damaging. This is absolutely damaging. This obfuscates the truth in so many different levels. It's actually very appalling. I have never heard of this. If I were in this position, if I'm going to conduct a study and I am unable to identify something, I would not conduct the bloody study and let someone else with more skills to conduct it. More skills and resources to conduct it. This is so... This is horror. It's not a scary form, it's scary in its own way. Not horror in the most traditional sense, but it is frightening.
Of sociology papers are. Oh, look, these qualitative factors are too difficult to measure, so we're just going to pretend like they don't exist. And I'm sorry, but it's just obviously not science. That's another thing that really needs to be stressed here. Hard science snobbery is not a rejection of economics and sociology and psychology and whatnot. They are very important fields of study. The problem is that the scientific method that works for the hard sciences doesn't really work for the soft sciences. So it's actually not just an issue of peer review being easily influenced by ideologues when you don't actually have any kind of physical application to show off in support of your theory. The problem is actually that the soft sciences are significantly more complex because they deal with things like human action, which deals with things like human thoughts, and human beings can have hundreds of thousands and millions of different reasons for why they may give a certain answer to some kind of sociology survey. And while those are obviously very relevant variables, the problem is you can't actually control for them. It's not possible. There's too many of them out there. And so the result of when you just kind of uncritically transfer the methodology from the hard sciences to the soft sciences, as Murray Rothbard complained about, you end up with something that ironically isn't actually science. Because the reliance from the hard sciences on hard empirical data, it doesn't really work, as the soft sciences have too many variables. And so in the soft sciences, to create correct scientia or correct knowledge, you have to rely more on logic and reasoning. Otherwise, you're just kind of stabbing in the dark, controlling for maybe 4 to 6 variables out of possible millions. And it really doesn't work. Another thing is, I'm not making the claim that racism doesn't exist here. I'm not making the claim that discrimination is never a thing. The problem is it likely doesn't exist to the extent that sociologists claim it does, because the problem is currently the social sciences, they look at these things and they just assume lay bigotry as the standard, default, go-to conclusion. They never consider the possibility of any other rational reason. They just say, oh, people are acting lay bigoted and there's no reason as to why. There's hardly any consideration for anything else. And this is a problem because all of the studies I just mentioned, you may have noticed I wasn't really talking too much about specific studies. I gave a few specific examples, but a lot of this is general. And the reason why it's general is because these studies I've mentioned, they're actually very commonly used to shape society and shape policy. And that's a thing that really needs to be emphasized here. This video is not cherry-picking the worst of the soft sciences. Rather, I've intentionally cherry-picked just the opposite. I've cherry-picked examples that are considered the most influential for current modern-day policy as a result of what the soft sciences are telling us. And things like implicit bias or wage gaps between different groups and things.
And that is the crux of the problem. That is the biggest concern of everything. They're using these flawed studies, and often very, very levels of flawed. And they're using it to create very palpable material real changes in society, in how people are treated, and in how outcomes are decided. It wouldn't have been as big as a problem as it is if these studies were just used for that, for some some reading, for just some general understanding. It becomes a very big problem when these studies are used for policy. It becomes a very, very big problem. Because once it enters into policy, it enters into physically identifiable decisions being made at the benefit of someone and at the expense of someone. And this is why when I saw all of these things happening in 2021 to 2023, I was so incensed. There was so much institutional levels of discrimination in so many different facets. And especially so when America back then. So many things that you would pass off as blatant racism, blatant sexism, or any sort of hateful, prejudicial, discriminatory behavior. Now it was considered affirmative action. Now it was considered equity. It is all because of these twisted studies. I won't even call it flawed studies anymore. It's twisted. They are mockeries of studies. They are just glorified propaganda. They are just glorified opinion pieces. And the problem is that some governments and some institutions take them so seriously. That is the biggest punchline. That is the biggest punchline of them all. They are taken seriously.
Things like callback studies, these are all very famous studies. And there's more than one of these studies. There's a lot of studies that double down on them. And, well, they all commit similar fallacies. They are all guilty in some way or form or another of this assuming all else be equal mentality, where the more difficult something is to measure, or the more difficult it is to even consider the possibility, the more likely it is just not considered at all in the soft sciences. And this is where a very big inherent flaw of the soft science is revealed. Do we really have any proof at all that a lot of it isn't just an extremely complex circular argument? What if the peer review process for soft science is just taking this assuming all else be equal mentality, and they use it to justify belief in woke ideology, which is then used to
circular referencing, yes. One flawed study references another flawed study, which in turn references another flawed study, which in turn goes all around. It's the same thing with journalism. The first journalist uses some random tweet from some random burner account and pass it off as a fact, and then another one will say, according to journalist one, this thing happened, and then after that, according to journalist two, something else happened. All these things, it goes circular.
Further justify the bias of assuming all else be equal. Well now, that would be a pretty big problem, wouldn't it? Because that would mean that a lot of the soft science is simply bogus. It's just a massive circle of ideologues sniffing their own farts. And often, when you point out these possibilities, these other potential rationalizations that are actually justified as an alternative to their lay bigotry conclusion, that's when the Motte and Bailey dance tends to flip. They kind of drop the mask that they actually care about science, and then they start relying more on their moralistic arguments and shaming arguments and trying to cancel you.
See? You see that, Mantis? You see that? Mantis said it again, he proved my point again. Like I said earlier on before I watched this video with you, Lucas, it's all about the buzzwords. It's all about the labels. It's all about the rhetorical devices. Because without them, they cannot make an argument. Without them, they will lose in a heartbeat. They cannot win you on logic. They cannot win you on reason. They cannot win you on representations of reality. So what they do is to shame you into even engaging them in the first place. And for the Vouchan, I am not happy about this because this is so prevalent and I am so sick about it.
Trying to get any scientist who suggests even the possibility that there is an alternative explanation to these disparities other than lay bigotry and lay discrimination, especially if it's from the HBD crowd, they stop pretending for it to be about data, and it becomes very obvious that it's all about ideology. Because ultimately, in the end, they don't really care. The reality is, a lot of social science is just used to justify belief in socialism and communism. The whole race thing is really just smoke and mirrors. It's just easier for them to trick your average normie by walking up to them and pointing out cherry-picked examples of how capitalism has allegedly disproportionately harmed minorities than it is for them to tell that liberal normie why they should be a communist. And that's what they really want to do. They're really just pushing socialism and communism and using this false claim of anti-racism and these bogus studies of lay bigotry as a mask that they wear to just kind of confuse the normies. And so therefore a lot of it is also just activism disguised as science. When we constantly see this at some of the most popular and well-known and most influential examples of the soft sciences, well then that is why it is entirely rational to be a hard science snob. It's not science denial, nor is it claiming that those fields of study have no value. They absolutely do. The study of human action is probably one of the most important studies we can have. And so the true state of being a hard science snob isn't denial of those studies as fields of science, but rather it's a question of methodology. Because the real problem here is that the soft sciences are actually more complex than the hard sciences. And so thus when
I'll show you something. Lucas, I'm gonna show you something. I know I've been stopping a lot, but I want to show you something. I'll see if I can find it. I know I've said this a lot of times, but I feel I have to. Let me see. To show you the type of insanity these people are willing to abide by, okay? To show you. This proves, again, Mantis says something that is very, very real. Read it. So you tell me, Californian, you tell me why I do not like California. You tell me why every time I see the name California, it scares me. This is why. This is... Do you realize, Lucas, how ridiculous all of this sounds? Do you realize how bad things were? And how bad things still are now, although it is subsiding slightly? Do you realize how bad things are? Yes, Yuri Besmanov, you can give them an overwhelming amount of proof, and they still wouldn't believe it. This is a problem. And remember, California's Education Department, which means a government body. This is not a small matter. These so-called studies are damaging. Well, to be fair to Michael Chance, he's just the person reporting it. The one who have most to blame are those working at the Department of Education in California. I hope I can finish this off.
You try to use the same methodology as the hard sciences, an empiricist methodology that focuses on control. It doesn't really work because it's not really possible to control for everything. And so being a hard science snob is more or less saying that the soft sciences should be focused more on logic. They should be focused more on philosophically reasoning things out, and then seeing what kind of conclusions you can draw from that. Because this attempt to focus on empirical data like the hard sciences do, which works perfectly fine for the hard sciences, it doesn't really work because what happens instead is that empirical data that is just too difficult to measure ends up just getting completely forgotten about and not measured, which is just obviously not a valid methodology to determine.
I know what the ironic thing is. There are some people who are particularly obsessed with the whole idea of empirical sciences to explain this so-called soft sciences, this supposed soft sciences. A lot of them, not just the Pak Chor, but the Pat Yao. It is basically the two extremities. But I agree with Mantis on this part. You explained the way people behave through a step-by-step logical analysis of their behavior, their motivations, the causations that resulted in those actions. Sometimes statistical data, they may be useful in providing a backdrop or maybe some in-between solution, but never a final outcome or final conclusion on something. Because at the end of the day, you need to reason out a conclusion. And even then, even if you reason it out perfectly logically, it may not be a correct conclusion. Soft sciences is, in a way, soft sciences is very important. Soft sciences, in a way, is very, very important because it is a study of people. It is a study of thought. It's a study of feelings. Everything. It's a study of basically everything that cannot be firmly quantifiable or observed. This is tiring.
What is the correct knowledge, and that is, after all, the definition of science, scientia, correct knowledge. That is what the term is supposed to mean. And in the current methodology that we use for things like sociology, psychology, and economics and whatnot, a methodology that doesn't put enough focus on logic, well, it just can't be considered science. And that's all I really have to say on this matter for now. But one thing I really...
Yep. My goodness, that was everything was been exhausting. So, but it was a very useful video. It hopefully has assisted some of you lurkers into properly understanding the way these things work. Rita, I'm so tired I don't even have energy to call you out already. Let's have a listen on that, shall we? One last video.
Raiden, are you receiving? We're still here.
How's that possible? The AI was destroyed.
Only GW.
Who are you?
To begin with, we're not what you'd call human. Over the past 200 years, a kind of consciousness formed layer by layer in the crucible of the White House. It's not unlike the way life started in the oceans 4 billion years ago. The White House was our primordial soup, a base of evolution. We are formless. We are the very discipline and morality that Americans invoke so often. How can anyone hope to eliminate us? As long as this nation exists, so will we.
Cut the crap! If you're immortal, why would you take away individual freedoms and censor the net?
Jack, don't be silly.
Don't you know that our plans have your interests, not ours, in mind?
What?
Jack, listen carefully, like a good boy.
The mapping of the human genome was completed early this century. As a result, the evolutionary log of the human race lay open to us.
We started with genetic engineering, and in the end, we succeeded in digitizing life itself.
But there are things not covered by genetic information.
What do you mean?
Human memories, ideas,
Yes,
culture, history.
this really is also bringing up the discourse of hard science and soft science. It's interesting.
Genes don't contain any record of human history.
Is it something that should not be passed on? Should that information be left at the mercy of nature?
We've always kept records of our lives, through words, pictures, symbols, from tablets to books.
But not all the information was inherited by later generations. A small percentage of the whole was selected and processed, then passed on. Not unlike genes, really.
That's what history is, Jack.
But in the current digitized world, trivial information is accumulating every second, preserved in all its triteness, never fading, always accessible.
All of those nonsense about pro-shipping this and anime is real life and all that crap. And the creation of words like goon. Well, the redefinition of words like gooning, my goodness. Yes.
Rumors about petty issues, misinterpretations, slander.
All this junk data, preserved in an unfiltered state, growing at an alarming rate.
It will only slow down social progress, reduce the rate of evolution.
Right? You seem to think that our plan is one of censorship.
Are you telling me it's not?
You're being silly. What we propose to do is not to control content, but to create context.
Create context.
The digital society furthers human flaws.
You know why something that I have noticed kind of? If there was ever a hypothetical reality where an all-powerful, all-knowing AI, an all-powerful, all-knowing and unbiased AI were to be in charge of, as they say, creating context, if I had to make the choice between an all-powerful, all-knowing, an all-fair AI, or some random human to control to create context, I would more than likely trust the AI. Let's be fair here. At least the AI are not as how should I say, grossly corruptible as a person.
And selectively rewards development of convenient half-truths. Just look at the strange juxtapositions of morality around you.
Billions spent on new weapons in order to humanely murder other humans.
Rights of criminals are given more respect than the privacy of their victims.
This one was a very big thing. This was a very big thing from the 2020s onwards, and before 2024's election. Especially in the US. Truly, the rights of criminals were given more respect than the privacy of their victims. I want to show you all something. That was a very big case. there was a very, very big case. Another killer, another incident where someone ended the life of somebody very violently. Very, very violently. And you know what happens? The people, a lot of people, they did not care about the wrongdoings of the person who did that. They were instead worried about, guess what? They were worried about the person who killed the killer's identity. Misgendering them. That was what these journalists were worried about. That's what these people were worried about. Misgendering a cold-blooded killer. And as you can see in this case, let me see. Let me just hide this for now so I can look for the post. For context and fairness, the incident started when these two individuals, the postman and this individual, were lining up at a deli. This individual broke the line. So basically crossed his line, basically just jump queue per se. The postman, the victim as you can see in the center photo, lost his temper and just called this individual a slur. And what happens after that? This individual stabbed the postman multiple times. Yes, I know about Colin. I know exactly about Colin. When you have a person like this running defense for the killer, all because of their gender identity. Oh no, zero care for the victim. And of course, we already know this Colin McGuire. There was a full video about him. I think it's a little bit spicy. The same Colin McGuire, by the way. Let's see whether this is maybe no, just the sounds.
Okay. This is Colin McGuire. He's from Bloomington, Illinois, currently under investigation for child pornography right now. Hit with a shit diaper. Officers are going to have to get some overtime. Take the diaper off. Please give these officers a raise. West Frankfort, please. Holy shit. Literally.
I cannot fit into this. It's physically too small. Where's your pants? Where's your pants? Put your pants on. You got something on. Put your pants on.
He came here to meet an 11-year-old girl for sale.
I'm having a fucking emotional breakdown, please.
Oh, you're having an emotional breakdown. Oh, what a shocker. Well, what about when the 11-year-old would have had an emotional breakdown? Would you have cared that much? If there was an actual 11-year-old having an emotional breakdown because of what you were about to do to him? Where is that care for emotional breakdown? Colin, where is all that care about emotional breakdown? Alright. It's only important when you are the one on the receiving end.
You're gonna get cuffed and you're gonna walk out without pants. You don't put your pants on right now. I never wanted to be the dad! Okay, put your pants on now.
Oh yes. Yes. He's arrested. Reason he wait, who said arrested? Whoever asked what I hope he's arrested, he is indeed arrested, and he is also charged. Charged for some very serious things.
Come on. Leave the diaper alone. Put your pants on.
Can you please wear the pants?
I didn't want to. Put your pants on. I didn't. Put them on. I don't care what you want. Put your pants on. Put them on.
My god, these people are insane. These people are insane.
You guys are.
The place reeks. I suspect it's because the place reeks. Some people are one of the people part of the team is gagging. David Rufy, welcome to the stream, and well, we are about to finish, but there's just a little bit more.
You're fucking sick, Bernie. You know what's sick? Trying to solicit a minor for sex.
The diddler says what? Projection? The people who caught you red-handed are sick. Oh, is that so? Is that so? The people who caught you red-handed are the ones who are sick. Is that really so? He calls them sick. You should see the reactions from all of the people here. They were like, wow, look who's talking. Let's see if I can. This should be safe to watch now, I think. This should be safe to watch now.
Trying to solicit a minor for sex. Purposely shitting yourself in my living room. Therapy use. Yeah. Okay, that's. Oh my. Yeah, I know it's disgusting. Put your pants on. I'm just going to.
And he's from Bloomington. He came to ours, and he is having a child. He's under investigation for child porn in Bloomington, and he also received CP to that phone as well. And yeah, he's in for a world. He's in very deep shit right now.
That pun. That pun. That pun. Literally and figuratively.
And he also has pending charges.
Yep. There's a cop in that video. He's being arrested and he has pending charges. He's in that pun. He had to say it. He had to say it. Oh no, they are not kind to diddlers. One of the things is that you kind of have to give it to some of the, well, inmates, their form of justice is not sanctioned by the legal system, and they don't care. Okay, that was terrible.
Although there are people suffering in poverty, huge donations are made to protect endangered species. Everyone grows up being told the same thing.
Be nice to other people.
But beat out the competition.
You're special. Believe in yourself and you will succeed.
But it's obvious from the start that only a few can succeed.
You exercise your right to freedom, and this is the result. All rhetoric to avoid conflict and protect each other from hurt. The untested truths, spun by different interests, continue to churn and accumulate in the sandbox of political correctness and value systems.
Everyone withdraws into their own small gated community, afraid of a larger forum. They stay inside their little ponds, leaking whatever truth suits them into the growing cesspool of society at large.
This is so true still. My goodness. Seeing what is happening to Blue Sky, for instance, seeing what happened to Tumblr, you are reminded.
The different cardinal truths neither clash nor mesh. No one is invalidated, but nobody is right.
Not even natural selection can take place here. The world is being engulfed in truth.
And one of the things that I'm slightly disturbed, not by much, but I am slightly disturbed, is this word. Hold on. Let me clear this off. This word. Let me close this. This word. This word bothers me. This word bothers me so much. And I know a lot of people who use this term may not mean it in a malicious way, but this word bothers me a lot. There is no such thing as my truth. There is only such thing as the truth. Only the truth. There is no such thing as a subjective truth. Truth is inherently objective. Truth is a representation of reality. So, the idea that you are saying my truth is oxymoronic. You should say my opinion, my views, my beliefs, my experience. There's no such thing as my truth. Speaking the truth, not their truth, speaking her truth. If you want to be really generous about this, you can say the truth from the way I see it. Maybe, but that's still a hard ask. But you can use that. The truth from the way I see it. But of course, it's not buzzwordy enough. My opinion on the truth. Because at the end of the day, there is only one truth. What happened is the truth.
And this is the way the world ends. Not with a bang, but a whimper.
We're trying to stop that from happening.
It's our responsibility as rulers. Just as in genetics, unnecessary information and memory must be filtered out to stimulate the evolution of the species.
And you think you're qualified to decide what's necessary and not?
Absolutely. Who else could wait?
That when the AI say this, when the Kernel AI say this, was like, I can't believe I don't like using that B word. I do not like using that B word, but you kind of have to respect the absolute confidence the AI has in saying, absolutely, we are the most qualified in deciding what information should be filtered out and what should be kept. It was quite refreshing to see them behave in such a way. It's like, it's literally the yes meme. It's literally the yes meme. Do you think you have the right to decide what information is censored and what is allowed? Yes. It's really the yes meme.
Through the sea of garbage you people produce, retrieve valuable truths, and even interpret their meaning for later generations.
That's what it means to create context.
I'll decide for myself what to believe and what to pass on.
But is that even your own idea?
Or something Snake told you.
That's the proof of your incompetence right there. You lack the qualifications to exercise free will.
That's not true. I have the right.
Does something like a self exist inside of you?
That which you call self serves as nothing more than a mask to cover your own being.
In this era of ready-made truths, self is just something used to preserve those positive emotions that you occasionally feel.
Another possibility is that self is a concept you conveniently borrowed under the logic that would endow you with some sense of strength.
That's crap!
Is it? Would you prefer that someone else tell you? All right then. Explain it to him.
Jack,
hello?
You're simply the best, and you got there all by yourself.
Oh, what happened? Do you feel lost? Why not try a bit of soul searching?
Don't think you'll find anything, though.
Ironic that although self is something that you yourself fashioned, every time something goes wrong, you turn around and place the blame on something else.
It's not my fault.
It's not my fault, it's your fault. It still happens to this day. Remember the case with the Envy tuber? The one who keeps harassing Kersha? Remember that? Remember that? Collaborating with the Vice journalist, collaborating with the V-tweeter to try and cancel Kersha? It didn't work. And after it didn't work, all of the attention was shifted to them. And then what happens? You meddle, you tried to disrupt Kersha's life, she replied to you. You tried to make a big scene with Asmongold, he replied to you. And the moment they replied to you, you played the victim. Oh, this is not a fair fight. Oh, it is not a fair fight. How dare you send your followers after me? It's not my fault, it is your fault. Just like that Envy tuber. Just like the Envy tuber. I was not cancelling Kersha, I was just holding her accountable for her actions. Oh no, you all are cancelling me. You are all cancelling me right now, I cannot believe it. It's so shameful of you all. Oh, but it's different. When I did try to do the Kersha, I was just only holding her accountable. There's no such thing as a fair fight on the internet, but there is such a thing as the unanimous consensus, the majority consensus. And on average, people will try to be reasonable. And on average, people like this Envy tuber will be called out for their bad behavior, for attempting to be unfair in a fight.
It's not your fault.
In denial, you simply resort to looking for another, more convenient truth in order to make yourself feel better.
I was not trying to cancel Kirsha. I was just holding her accountable for her actions. It's different. You instead are trying to cancel me. It is not a fair fight.
Leaving behind in an instant the so-called truth you once embraced.
Should someone like that be able to decide what is truth?
Should someone like you even have the right to decide?
You've done nothing but abuse your freedom.
You don't deserve to be free.
We're not the ones smothering the world. You are.
The individual is supposed to be weak, but far from powerless. A single person has the potential to ruin the world.
And the age of digitized communication has given even more power to the individual. Too much power for an immature species.
Building a legacy involves figuring out what is wanted and what needs to be done for that goal. All this you used to struggle with. Now we think for you.
We are your guardians, after all.
You want to control human thought? Human behavior?
Of course. Anything can be quantified nowadays.
Another one. Raiden really thinks he has a gotcha on these AIs whenever he bring up all these rhetorical devices and they'll be like, yes, pretty much, yeah. That is so funny.
That's what this exercise was designed to prove.
You fell in love with me just as you were meant to, after all. Isn't that right, Jack?
Ocelot was not told the whole truth, to say the least.
We rule an entire nation. Of what interest would a single soldier, no matter how able, be to us?
The S3 plan does not stand for solid snake simulation. What it does stand for is selection for societal sanity.
That is a very prophetic video. It's one of the reasons why till now I still view Kojima very highly. There is a term that really comes to play in this type of discourse. The idea of a benevolent dictatorship. Yeah, when you're talking about there is no such thing as... It is very hard, practically impossible to find such a thing as a benevolent dictatorship. But really, if there was ever one, even in a fanfiction sense, I would say Arsenal Gale would have been the closest one to it. Arsenal Gale would have been the closest one to it. Someone who can achieve something along the lines of a benevolent dictatorship. But of course, no one would willingly give away their freedom. I doubt even when push comes to shove, I would be willing to give away my freedom. I guess again that's the inherent flaw in all of us. Or the inherent flaw but also strength in all of us. But anyway, I think I have gone 4.5 hours of streaming. This stream took 4.5 hours. Goodness me, I'm exhausted because of this. So, now, what's next? Let me see. A reminder for you lurkers, I'm going to do one of these. Lurkers, again a reminder for all of you. This is my schedule for June. Next Monday will be a gap as well. So there will be no streams this coming Monday. I will continue my Monday streams the week after this. So again, a bit of a reminder. So I will see you all on Twitch for now at least. I've heard about what happened to Asmongold. I've heard that he has moved to Kick, and I've also heard more people are moving to Kick. Because I need to show you all the dates, okay? Move the date. So no stream again this Monday because I'm busy. I am busy. The next stream will be on the 10th, which is this coming Tuesday. Same as this week, Tuesday, Wednesday. Same time. 12, well, no, not 12, what? What time is it? Oh, 9 a.m. Yes. 10 a.m. One day, maybe. I still have to assess my internet. But that concludes the stream for today, tonight, to this evening. So with that out of the way, I am going to have a look and see if there is anyone I can raid. If there is anyone I can raid, let me see. Damn. No one's there to raid. Well, you wanna raid Mari? Maxi does not allow YouTube raids. So do you want to raid Mari instead? Okay, let me see. How do I sort this out? Let me see how I sort this out. Content, live. That is me. Now let me edit. Let me customize, redirect. Let me search for Mari. Mari, there she is. She's doing a bit of Rhythm Heaven right now. Okay, so that concludes the stream for today. So stick tight for a moment, and I will be redirecting all of you lurkers shortly, okay? Anyway, I appreciate you dropping by for today's stream, and I will see you all next week, okay? Take care, lurkers, and I'll see you all next week.